Good morning. Welcome back to another M3DM live stream. Today we're going to be sculpting a detective. This is another Patreon request. This is from Pete, and this is the description that they gave. How about a detective inspired by classic Sherlock Holmes imagery, cat, pipe, and all. Bonus points if you can somehow incorporate a fingerprint somewhere. I guess giants would also have friction-rich detail. So yeah. Got some ideas for this. I have some references that I've grabbed. I have a couple close-ups of the cap. The cap's going to be the trickiest part of this model. I could just stick like a bowler hat on him. I have a couple of those already made, but I think it'd be nice to get like the classic cap because I don't have any of those yet. So yeah, I'm excited. And that's my husband in the chat saying, I like the stream right away this time. I just don't remember till the end. Look at you. So my husband and I do this together. M3DM is short for Mia's 3D models, but really it's me and my husband. I do all the sculpting and he does literally everything else. So anytime you see me on camera, like picking the cameras, that lighting, rendering, marketing, all of it. So yeah. Bill, good morning. Arch, good morning. And then yeah, Mids, that's Pete. Yep, I recognize you before I even said. Awesome, Pete, that's the guy who requested this. So yeah, it's good to have you here. Alrighty, couple quick updates before I get sculpting. First off, if you missed yesterday, I have a new crochet project that's finished. I made a little nutcracker. I'm out of yarn right now, it doesn't come until Tuesday, so no more crochet updates until then. And then as far as my painting goes, I didn't make any more progress last night, but Baylor's looking pretty darn cool. And then another really exciting update. It snowed yesterday for the first time. Many of you guys know that I moved across the country this year from California to Tennessee, and I've never seen falling snow. And it snowed last night, just a little bit. Nothing stocky or anything, but it was magical and very cool. You really couldn't see it unless it was like right under the street lamp, but it was very, very cool. And I'm feeling festive. I'm listening to like Christmas lo-fi right now. So yeah. That was really exciting. Snow, colder than I expected. No, it sounds silly, but like it was very cold. Like I felt different insides of my face. I've never felt just full of cold air. Very cold. I think it's only like 30 or something, but they said with the wind chill it felt like 21 degrees Fahrenheit, which to me is absolutely frigid. So yes. And then Belle says, do you use your own body bases or third parties? I kind of both. It's a third party primarily. I use a Z plugin called ZBuilder right here, and you can generate a bunch of different base meshes there, but the face looks quite different. I do a lot of sculpting on that to make it look like mine. So yeah, if you're interested in that, I'm gonna put that in the chat. Check out ZBuilder. So yeah. But regardless of what base mesh that I've used different base meshes over the years, some much lower resolution than others. ZBuilder is the fanciest ones that I've used. You'll notice my models look pretty similar throughout the years, and that's because I have a stylization that I sculpt on them no matter what. So yeah, there you are. Alrighty, well, I got my coffee, I got my references. Let's go ahead and get started. I really appreciate you guys being here from the get-go. I just think it's the coolest thing that before I start stream, I can see people are waiting for the stream. I don't know if you guys remember, but like my goal of people hanging out was about 5, and we have been way over that for a long time. So thank you for being here. Thanks for being a part of it. Like always, if you like the stream, like it. If you really like it, subscribe. I know most of you guys are already subscribed because you're already here, but worth reminding you. Hey, Dr. Carponzo is back. Hello. Happy Friday. Good morning. Yeah, it is indeed a happy Friday. Today is technically kind of my Tuesday because I moved around my work schedule, so I'm going to work through the weekend now. My new weekend is on Tuesday and Wednesday, so there'll be no live streams those days. All right, well, let's get started. This guy's a little beefier than what I'm wanting for my Sherlock Holmes, so the first thing I'm going to do is adjust this body a little bit. But the very, very first thing I'm going to do is throw a stamp up here. How do I want to orient this? That's fine. And that will be kind of like our reference point of like, that's where we started. So that's page 1 of our story today. All right. So I'm not worried about changing the size of like his muscles and his musculature a whole lot. I just want to kind of narrow out his physique a little bit. To do that, I'm going to lower the subdivision levels, and then I'm going to kind of soften up his features a little bit. He looks a bit like a bodybuilder right now, and I want it to be a little less. I'm a big fan of hooked noses. That might give him a slight hooked nose. I don't know, I've always liked them. I guess it's more of like a Roman styled nose, but and give him a smaller mouth as well, kind of like that pursed look. And I'm also going to raise his cheekbones slightly. Be very careful when you're raising cheekbones, because that's a very powerful marker of the face, and you can really change a lot very, very quickly. You'll notice that a lot of these adjustments I'm doing here with the move brush are very, very small, careful little adjustments. All right. I exaggerated the Cupid's bow a little too much. I'm going to bring that back up. I'm going to lower his eyebrows a bit. And I'm also going to thin his eyebrows and bring them down slightly. I don't want him to look angry, but maybe a little pensive, like his brow is furrowed, so to speak. That's a slightly more intense expression. I'm going to soften that jawline a bit with the smooth brush. All right, there we go. I've done adjustments like this so many times. They go by really quick now, but they used to take me a while. All right, there we go. Totally different face now. Kind of fun. So this is where we're at now. I'm gonna jump back to the beginning of the live stream. So this is our before, and this is our after. I'm gonna go back and forth a few times here. These adjustments to change the face is what really gives a lot of variety for my minis and characters. Even though when they're this small, you'd think, well, how noticeable is that really? It's actually very noticeable. I've always been surprised. That's why I do it. So yeah, he has a bit of a gaunter face. Feels more fitting for Sherlock Holmes. He looks less like a bodybuilder now. The rest of him's gonna be pretty cut and defined, but he's gonna be wearing clothes, so we're not gonna know that. That being said, I am going to reduce the size of his lats a little bit because that will show through his suit. Alrighty, very nice. All right, so now I'm gonna go through, I'm gonna rifle through my asset library and see how much of this we can have pre-made, so to speak. All the assets here are stuff that I've made over the years. All right, so as far as his hair goes, he's gonna have a pretty simple hairstyle because he's gonna have a hat that covers a lot of it, but I still would like there to be a good bit of texture there. All right, so let's go ahead and do this color. And then Pete, since you are here, if you do have any like small preferences of being like, oh, like I want this kind of hat or this kind of hat, let me know. I'm going with the classic cap right here that I have referenced on the left side of my screen. But if you did actually want like a top hat or a bowler hat, let me know. I'm open to that. It's always fun when the requester is watching the stream. It's not always possible since a decent amount of my following is in a totally different time zone, so. There we go. And yeah, we'll get rid of that fancy Clark Kent-like curl. And then, all right, Pete says classic is perfect. Awesome. And then classic cap is what we're gonna do. I don't have any of those in my asset library yet, so that makes me happy. I'll have a new type of hat to add. You know, I might actually keep this big old curl right here. We'll just see how much it sticks out. All right, looks good. Already painted that. Is there any other pieces in here that I want? I might use this hat as a base for making the new cap. It has some good structural elements that are going to be very helpful. Obviously, we'll remove all the steampunk elements, even though they're fun. Not very fitting for the specific character. As you guys have imagined, I created this hat for my steampunk collection. Alright, so a couple things here. I'm going to go in by auto groups, and I'm going to hide everything that is like these decorative details. So removing all of those. There we are. And then this color here, let's go a kind of tweed gray. There we are. And let's get this to actually fit his head. A couple things here. It's not perfectly centered and it's a little skewed. And that's my bad. When I put that in my ass library, I should have cleaned that up a little bit, but nothing we can't fix. Clicking by mirror and weld, you'll see the before and after. It's a very small adjustment. It pretty much is perfectly symmetrical, but once you've been doing this for years, you really train your eye to be like, it's slightly off. All right. Yeah, it's not really gonna have these straps here. It's gonna have this structural, kind of like flap. And it kind of looks like it ties on top. It's not actually what's happening, but kind of similar. And the brim of the hat will need to be a much different shape as well. We won't worry about getting too perfect right now, but just the general shape. Bit of a wider brim there. And then I'm actually going to duplicate this brim and mirror it, construct it, and stick it on the back, because there's a lower section to this cap here too on the back. His hat is much too small right now, but you guys get the idea. Yeah, maybe I'll actually look at this reference here and construct the different pieces of the hat separately. It's not how I usually do it, but I'm always changing things up. All right, that back piece looks good. This needs to be a much different shape. It has a much pointier, tall look, and it's also going to settle above his ear. So whenever I'm doing models like this or like new assets, it's really important to have lots of reference points. So for hats, for example, the big ones is you want to see the relationship of the hat to the ears and the eye level. So I'm kind of looking at the gap here and then the gap from the eyebrow to the brim of the hat. And that will really help bring it all together. It's pretty much like checking proportions. Also kind of has a slope on the front here and a slope on the back. Again, it's actually quite tall. And then that will tuck underneath. There we go, that's looking a bit better. And yeah, this giant curl on his forehead is not going to work. Let's go ahead and hide that. So the way that I construct my hair, so it looks like I'll grab stuff from my asset library, kind of just tack it on, but I'm actually very careful with the way that I save my assets. So you'll see here when I turn on the wireframe, it's kind of like a rainbow of colors, and that's because each one of those is a discrete piece, which means I can select them and remove them independently. So just like that, we actually have kind of like a different hairstyle. Looks like we have 2 curls to remove. This one right here is also a little in the way. There we go. So now we kind of have a different slicked back hairstyle without that lovely Clark Kent looking curl. All right, there we are. All right, and then this brim here, I think it actually points, it rounds down. I might need to grab a few more references of this hat, but we're just getting the shape blocked out right now. As of now, he kind of looks like a cop, which I guess isn't too far off, in a way. They work closely with cops, he's a detective. The brim on the hat is this piece right here, definitely is distracting and shouldn't be there. It's kind of affecting the shape. The side profile is pretty good. All right, we're gonna leave it like this for now, but it's definitely gonna need more shaping as we go. It's important that when you're designing a character that you don't get too hung up on any one area. Kind of just keep moving around the whole model and fitting pieces together. This is really important for the silhouette in the model though, so I wanted to get this one blocked out sooner than later. I wish I had this image from the front view as well. Man, okay. No biggie. All right, so he's gonna have this classic vest, and it looks like I'm gonna have to do a collared shirt and a tie underneath. I don't have any ties either, so I'll be another new asset. All right, here we go. Let me check if there's anything else in here that I would like. No, nothing else in here, so I'm gonna delete that. Let's go to a new page. I have a pretty nice vest here that will be a good starting point. The pants, like the slacks, I'll just do from scratch. Some things I find easier to not have assets for. And then we don't want these double rows of buttons here, just one row. So I'm gonna delete those. And then the 3-button coat doesn't look quite right, so let's go ahead and make it 4. Really, it should be like 6 or 7, but on a mini, those are so teeny tiny that you really can't see them. So I like to make those, those are one of the shapes that I will simplify. All right, that looks pretty good. I'm gonna need to lower some pieces here so that way you can actually see the shirt and the tie poking out underneath. But I'll decide once it's all on there how I wanna handle that. So this base mesh was made on a model that was a bit slimmer. So it's quite a bit of small like adjustments and variations need to be done. So in this case, there we go. Just taking my move brush and very carefully adjusting the sides. There we are. Yeah, this is quite the look with just the vest and little white short shorts. I am almost done with my coffee. I'm gonna finish this first for a second and then I'll get back to work. This is one of those fancy heated mugs. And so when the coffee gets to the very bottom, or hot chocolate, whatever you're drinking, it gets really, really hot. And if you forget about it, it kind of like cooks into like this little puck. So when it gets really low, I like to just sip it straight. It sounds like you guys are having a good Friday. I'm glad. I'm excited for this weekend. One of these streams I'm doing will actually be a 2-parter. I'm sculpting a skeleton dragon. So I'm giving myself 2 live streams to get that done because that's going to be a lot of work. And I haven't decided if I'm going to do any work off camera yet, if I'm going to stream all of it. It's one of those models that takes a lot of brain power to make work because it poses some major 3D printing issues in addition to just being difficult to design. So we'll see. All right, that was the last bit of my coffee. Excellent. Oh, someone new is here. Hello. Oh my gosh, your username is so creepy. Fetid flesh. That's very perfect for what I was sculpting last week. I was doing like lots of ghouls and ghosts. I did like this rotting ghost. So I'm doing a detective today, not nearly as spooky. I'm not gonna call you flesh, I will call you fetid. Oh, Shaman's here. Hello. Hey everyone, how goes things? Very good. And Garbanzo says, are you going to like reference dinosaur skeletons for the bones? Yeah, I think that's how I'm gonna approach that. Garbanzo's asking about this weekend I'm gonna be sculpting a skeleton dragon, and dragons aren't real, so I need to really kind of there's you know markers here of what is correct anatomy for creatures even when they're not real. And yeah, dinosaurs would probably be a good one. I usually reference lions quite a bit when I'm doing dragons. So yeah, we'll kind of figure that out when we get there. I'll need to do a little more research for that one. I actually have some references up right now, how other mini makers have approached the same problems. This one was quite clever because it's solid. But anyway, we'll get to that live stream when we get there. Very good questions. I'm happy to talk about it. but I don't want to get too distracted. All right, this looks pretty good. I like the color as well. Let's go ahead and give him some pants. To do that, I'm going to lower the resolution and don't delete the whole thing. There we go. And I'm going to mask straight down and then extract at 0 thickness. We're going to Z-remesh this a few times and then we're going to poly paint it black. Or maybe I like this tan color I'm seeing in my references. So never mind, we're going to poly paint it tan. All right, filling the object and now increasing the size a bit and then going in with the move brush to fit it more nicely. To quickly loosen up the fit of pants like this, because he definitely doesn't need to have little skinny jeans, I like to run in with the inflate brush and just run that over the edges here. Okay, he's got these like giant quads as if he works out all day. He doesn't, he's a detective. Not that detectives can't work out, but not what this guy is doing. There we go. It's a bit better. Now he has pants. And then Shaman said, is it a Draco Lich? Pretty much. So the guy specifically mentioned it's like from Dragonlance, it's like one of those incomplete skeleton dragon models. So he mentioned it'd be totally fitting to have some of the bones missing entirely. So yeah, that's going to be a challenging one for sure. Is it going to be a real dragon? 4 legs and wings, not 2 legs and 2 wings. 2 leg wings. That'd be a wyvern. So yeah, no, it's a real dragon. Non-sleepers here. Hi. Project, I assume? Oh yes, we're talking about the skeleton dragon that I'll be sculpting in a couple days. Shaman, I definitely sense the snarkiness there of like, is it a real dragon? I get it. I kind of get the same way. Like, I just say like, it's just not a dragon then. It has to have 4 legs and 2 wings. If it has 2 legs and 2 wings that are arms as well, it's a wyvern. It's just a different kind of creature. So yeah. Oh, cool. Gotcha. Yep. And then Pete says, technically here in the UK, those are trousers, not pants. That's true, huh? I didn't think about that. I just call everything pants, to be truthful. I think in here in the US, these would be called slacks, really. It depends how I texture them, if they have like a pleat down the center or not. Yeah, if I recall correctly, Pete, you mentioned you're gonna be giving these out as ornaments or Christmas decorations or presents, which I love that. I think that's so cool. And then Shaman says, yeah, the Hobbit movie remake, that was not a dragon. Oh, really? Yeah, I didn't actually see that. That's kind of disappointing. I mean, I don't mind. It kind of depends on what the lore of that like universe is. Sometimes they refer to a lot of different things, just like in like the dragon like family, and like I'm fine with that. At the end of the day, it's fine. All right, these are better fit now. And then his waistcoat is really just too short. I also don't like the buttons. It needs buttons, but not those buttons. I'm gonna delete those. And then this is also just too tall. There we go. Let's bring this down a bit. Also gonna make these folds here a bit smaller. Just kind of give this a sharper look. There we go. I like that a bit better. Alright, I want these to be a bit more brown. The color palette's coming out a little more muted than I want it to, so I'll probably change the colors around here in a second. I think I want the pants darker. Also, the colors don't matter at all. This is just me being picky, because I like to paint my models as I go. It doesn't actually affect the 3D printed model at all. But it's fun for me. I like that a bit better. And then give him some sort of loafers, shoes. Yeah, he's looking like a weirdly dressed newspaper boy right now. And then Pete says, correct, this will be a gift to our team members for a Christmas get-together. Oh, how cool. I'm really glad they could be part of it in some way. And then Fetid mentions that Game of Thrones dragons were wyverns as well. Really? No kidding. I'm surprised I've never seen Game of Thrones. Like, it seems very up my alley. I don't watch a lot of TV. So, yeah. All right, I have some good pieces here, and then let's go ahead and grab some loafers. These also have some steampunk small details on them because I use these a lot for my steampunk project. Whenever I'm fitting shoes to a model, I find it easier just to flip the entire model upside down and then turn on transparency. Turning off perspective also helps, and you can kind of see where those toes are, how to fit the shoe. There we go. That looks pretty good. Then we'll go ahead and tuck the feet in just a bit. We're not going to give him socks because you can't see them. There we go. I love that you guys are arguing over wyverns and dragons right now in the chat. I haven't seen Game of Thrones, but to set the record, dragons have 4 legs and 2 wings. Wyverns have 2 legs and then 2 like arm wings. They're the same thing. All right, now Sleeper says, I stepped on my stylus this morning. Aw, new one on the way. Yep, mousing over for now. Yeah, I've been surprised. I've been using the same tablet and the same pen or stylus for 3-4 years now. All right, and I love this like coat here. I'm definitely gonna be using that as well. And I want these pants to be a bit of a looser fit, and they'll have a nice cuff on them as well. Kind of like they're folded up just slightly. There we go. I might actually construct an entirely different waistcoat in general because the construction of this is actually quite different than the ones I have in my references here. And it doesn't have to be exactly the same, but see how this one has like 2 points right here? I like that better than this one. This one's more like for like a chef coat or almost like a mad scientist look. So yeah. Garbanzo says, I never thought about this distinction. I will never unsee it now. Yeah, once you know, you know. You gotta know your dragonology. Did you guys remember? Do you guys remember those books? They were at book fairs. There was a couple of them. There was like dragonology, fairyology, and they were like they were big and super brightly colored. They were really common at like book fairs, at least in the United States. But I loved them. I thought they were the coolest thing. I'm surprised I don't have them anymore. And then Non-Sleeper is asking, did you save recently or make a new point on your progress pics? No, I need to get through this a little bit farther. I like this one spot we have here, but yeah. All right, let's get this coat going. I don't think I want any other pieces from here. Nah. All right, I do have some pre-made coats, but I don't think I'm gonna want them for this project. Nope. All right, that's the end of using my asset library. Now it's time to get in and make the rest of this from scratch. So let's get going. All right, so I'm making coats. There's kind of a couple of different ways you can approach it. Sometimes I like to make the sleeves separate pieces entirely. I might do that again today. It just makes the model a little easier to handle and then a little easier to pose. So I'm gonna start with that approach of making the coat a separate piece, and then I'll see how that does. I need to make sure that this fits really well. Here we go. And Shaman says, I own Dragonology. Okay, cool. So you know the books that I'm talking about. I had all of them at one point, but over the years and moving a bunch of times, you know, you kind of lose stuff. And Shaman says, The Hobbit was the first book I ever read for my own recreation. It started the whole fantasy kick for me in middle school. Oh, how nice. How cool. And then are going to do a magnifying glass or switch it up with a monocle. He's going to have a pipe for sure. And then probably a magnifying glass, maybe sticking out of one of his coat pockets. Very good question though. I'm not really sure what started like my love of fantasy. I mean, I played a lot of video games growing up, and you guys know like I'm a huge Dragon Age fan. I also read a lot of the Warrior Cat series. I absolutely love those books. And obviously I read Harry Potter when I was a kid. That's kind of a given. All right, and then for the coat, or this jacket here, so you mask it on the body, kind of paint it on, and then you extract from this piece. And then I'm going to decide how much I want the coat to be open as of right now, because it makes it easier for me to piece in later. I love these big flaps here, so I'm definitely going to have those. That looks good. And then Shaman says, my daughter introduced me to warrior cats. She has good taste. All right, so once I have the vest of the coat blocked out, the way you add the length is just by grabbing the bottom of the mesh and dragging straight down. Kind of interesting, huh? It happens really quickly. So these fall about knee length-ish. You can see that these polys were stretched quite a bit. So I'm gonna zero mesh with same turned on, and that will go from this kind of stretched polygon mess to this, nice and even. It just makes the mesh easier to work with. All right, I'm pretty happy with that. Another really important part of this though is going to be these like flaps here and the collar. So let's go ahead and do that too. Non-sleeper says, I gotta go, sad face. I'll try back for the end. Thanks for being here though. And then non-sleeper is reminding everyone to like the stream. Very sweet of you. Shaman says, that is cool how you kind of pull the clothes off the model. Isn't it? Yeah, it's a relaxing school process. Oh, Voxel's here. Hello, welcome back. Today we're sculpting a detective, very classic like Sherlock Holmes style. As of now, he's looking more like a disgruntled paper boy, but we're working on it. We're early on still. All right, I also need to have a better like a cuff on these. So I'm going to duplicate this mesh here. I'm going to mask the ends of it. There we go. I can polygroup that, delete what's left over, and then I can inflate just a bit, and there we go. Now we have some cuffs. Happens pretty quick once you know like the basic construction process in ZBrush. All right, looking better, looking better. We need to get these pieces here now. I'm going to construct them separately. So this triangle here will be one piece, and then this back collar will be another piece. I think I actually have it the beginning of a collar like that made. Yeah. All right, same kind of thing. I'm going to duplicate this coat here, and then I'm going to paint on the shape that I want. I think that's falling about where I want. So it goes kind of from his, almost like his belly button to his shoulder blade. And then it's not going to be sitting flat on the model, so I'll have some flexibility of how to structure this. There we go. I'm going to poly group that, delete what's hidden, and then I'm going to ZRemesh what's left. ZRemesh by half, and that'll give me a nice low poly piece to work with. And now let's place this flap here. I've been meaning to make my own like based coat here for a while, so this model gives me a nice excuse to do just that. There we go, we got one piece. Then Voxel says, ooh, are you going to be show off dynamics for cloth brushes? Probably not for this one because the fabric folds aren't really too complicated. I like to simulate a flat fabric when there's like a significant element of randomness that I have a hard time accounting for, like wind. It's like a wind-blown cape. I find dynamics always does a better job than I do. I'll have dynamics make most of the decisions and I'll go in and detail what it kind of base mesh for me. All right, and now let's make this collar. All right, now we have a collar piece as well. This coat is starting to really come together. And the way that it sits on the mesh is gonna be really important too. As of now, it's laying pretty flat, and that's gonna take away a lot of the dimension and the interest of the model. Hey, Corey's here, good morning. We're sculpting a detective today. Like that very classic Sherlock Holmes fashion. Okay, also another structural thing that I've kind of missed here is this looks good, the way that that is curling up, but this whole thing folds and wraps. So let's make sure that we address that as well. I'm gonna try going in with my standard brush, lazy turn on, and just kind of add material right in the center here. I like that line that I found, so I'll click 1 on my keyboard a couple times to repeat that stroke a few times. There we go, we're starting to get that raised, folded shape here. Another reason why I have these as 2 separate pieces, 1, they're easier to manage, but 2, I would like for this to be a base mesh I can reuse a bunch of times in the future. So the more discrete pieces I make this, the easier it is to go through and use those. Coats are interesting. There's a lot of little subtle details on them that make them look good. So you'll notice here, like I'm really paying close attention to how the main part of the coat will be sewn to even like the shoulders. Having this like completely blunt straight line doesn't look as nice as the actual, this like subtle curve that would happen in real life. It's a lot of little details. All right, as far as this collar is looking, it's pretty good. I'm gonna rotate this forward. And and then drag the bottom part of it down. To do that, let's go ahead and grab our mask brush, throw a mask right along the edge here. There we are. And pull that straight down. It's important that it's a pretty solid mask, so to firm it up, I'm going to have Command and Option held down on my keyboard and double tap on that mask. That's just going to make it a very firm mask. There we go. Add some length here. There we go. Look how much better that's looking. Again, it's a lot of really small details to go over. That's why when my students are getting frustrated with like shapes and like proportions, whether it's like a coat or whatever they're working on, I'm like, just give yourself some time to keep working, because it's going to go through a lot of changes. And if you're judging your model as you're working on it as if it's finished, you're going to be frustrated. All right, and I'm gonna go in on this inside part here, and it's a little tedious, but I'm gonna grab this edge here and pull these down point by point. So I'm kind of like manually creating that folded collar. All right, I'm gonna turn on wireframe so it's a little easier for me to see the points. This doesn't have to be perfect. This is just to maintain that illusion that this is a properly and correctly constructed coat. All right, it's a pretty nice little piece, looking clean. So now I'm deciding where this fold's gonna happen. So it looks like it doesn't meet the corner, it's a little to the side. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that with my standard brush. I'm gonna click at the starting point and kind of drag some more material to the side here. Looking pretty good. I like how that folded look is coming along, so I'm going to push that even further. So you'll notice like how different it is when I'm modifying a mesh versus trying to create one that's going to have a lot of reusability. I'm very, very careful. And I do that because that's going to save me a lot of time in the future. So you'll notice that when I move all these points here, see how it's like this really rough, wavy edge? I'm never too worried about that because I can just go to polish my features and boop, cleans up really nice. All right, a lot of these pieces are fitting the way I want to, so the coat has a pretty good block out right now. The sleeves need to be a bit thicker, so I'm gonna run over them with the inflate brush, and then doing the same thing with the cuffs to make sure that they still fit. Very nice. All right, let's get some better colors here. Get this a light colored jacket, making sure you have poly paint turned to 100. That way when you click fill object, it just works the first time. Much better. This mod's gonna have a lot more pieces than I expected. Like, this suit is gonna be quite complicated, which is fine by me. Alright, I'm going back to my master tools, and then I have a couple pieces I want to grab. I have this really nice pipe that I made a long time ago. Also for my steampunk collection. There's a lot of overlap with this model and my steampunk. Alright, let's give this a kind of a reddish color. I'm undecided if he's actually gonna be holding the pipe or not, but we're gonna just throw it right here so I don't forget about it. Yeah, I think he has to have that suit and tie. So he's got to have an undershirt and with a collar and then the tie. Okay. Let's go ahead and do that. I know I have a starting collar that I want to go ahead and grab. There's more structure to it than you'd expect. Oh, I'm trying to remember where I saved that. I think one of these has, yeah, we got shirts, collars, and jackets, so it should be in here. It's a newer piece that I've made, so it's possible it didn't make its way into my asset library quite yet. It might just be sitting in my organized folder. There it is. I put it under heads. I don't know why. Oh, I found it. So yeah, the way that I constructed this is very similar to how I was doing the coat. And I just manually grabbed each one of these points and just folded it all the way over. It's kind of tedious, so you can see why I saved a copy of it. Yeah, look how nice that is. It's gonna make this look really good very quickly. Definitely need to give him a shirt. Corey says, I'm just going to comment about the shirt and tie. I was going to ask me if I do one or not. Yeah, I got to. Otherwise, he's looking a little spicy. He's not supposed to. He's actually detective, not a detective. Which means I'm going to need to close this collar up. Unsurprisingly, I've never worn a suit and tie. This looks very uncomfortable. It looks nice. It just doesn't look very comfortable. All right, let's go ahead and give him a shirt because this is just really cracking me up. All right, so to do a shirt, you just do a quick mask. It's gonna be a little crop top, but no one's gonna know that other than us. It'll be our little secret. I guess Pete will know that now. There we go. That already looks so much better. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I started the stream today and I was like, oh yeah, I have an easy little model today. I'm just gonna do like a detective. And now I'm like, oh my god, this model's gonna take forever. Because there's so many little pieces and details and stuff. It's alright, I'm gonna come out of this model with a lot of really, really good assets too. Shaman says, I hate it. Wearing them. Yours is looking fine. Oh yeah, I didn't think you... I didn't, yeah. Shaman, since you've been around, like, if you were brand new and you just come in and said, I hate it, I'd be like, oh my goodness. But no, I knew immediately you were talking about wearing a suit and tie. Voxel says, it depends. I never notice it unless it gets caught on something. I guess that makes sense that most of you guys have worn ties because you are men. Yeah, that makes sense. Pete says, well, it's coming together very nicely so far. Yeah, I'm really glad. I wasn't sure if you've seen other live streams, and obviously I've made hundreds of models, so, and that you've been around for a long time, Pete, so I know you like my stuff. But sometimes it can be a little nerve-wracking when people are watching a stream for them, and they're like, oh my god, did she forget how to sculpt? I'm like, no, this is just what the process looks like. Gotta trust the process. All right, let's go ahead and get a tie on there. Okay, so the tie is gonna be like 2 discrete pieces. It's like an upside down triangle, and then the other side. Okay, I can do that. I think I'm just gonna rough sculpt this from a cube, which is odd. That's not really how I usually construct clothing pieces. I think that's gonna be a nice color. And then we're going to rotate this just 45 degrees and stick it right there. But it needs to be flat on top. I'm going to subdivide a few times in Dynamesh, and that's just changing the mesh structure here. There we go. And then we're going to build up some volume. Before we do that, I need to bevel the edges. I'll use Trim Dynamic to do that. There we go. And then we're going to pull the sides of this upwards. And then push the top down. Or I can just trim it. Yep, go ahead and trim that off. This is a very rough sculpting way of working, which is totally fine. I just usually use more modeling techniques. This is kind of fun. And it's not too pointed. So we're going to flatten that end a little bit. All right, and then I'm going to duplicate this entire piece and just flip it around 180. Oops, that's not 180. 180. And then turn symmetry back on and scoot it down. And then from this piece, I'm just gonna pull it straight down with my move brush. There we go. So now that's kind of how you can construct a tie really quickly. I'm assuming that's how you guys tie your ties as well. You cut half of it off and then flip it around and stick it back on. All right, I wasn't expecting so much of the underside to be visible, so it's looking like I might have to put a little ring right here where you can see the rest of the collar. Or I can just lower it. Nah, it's gotta be taller. Everything needs to move up. Let's go ahead and move this upwards. There we go. And then I'm gonna move that collar closer to his throat. Oh yeah, it really sits like on your guys' throat. I don't know if I'd like wearing a tie. Not really a problem I have to contend with. And then it actually closes, it looks like, too. Darn near. And then that tucks underneath this part of the collar. Yeah, it's kind of complicated. Interesting. That'll be a nice detail on the model. Well, there we go. It's looking very tie. And then Pete says, your approach is easier than really tying a tie. Yeah, I could see that. I've heard like what it is. It's like someone can, it's like a rabbit runs under like a log twice and then jumps over it or something like that. I've heard that. And then Pete says, and no issue with the lengths being funny. The back piece shouldn't be longer than the front piece. The back piece being, oh, for like the collar? Trying to figure that out. Shaman says, I was raised snob on the tie. Double Windsor or you're wasting your time. I could see that. Is that what this is? I might Google that. I'm really curious. I've heard of Windsor knot before, but I've never heard of a double Windsor. Double Windsor versus single Windsor. Images. All right, we're all gonna learn today. I'm not gonna play the video, but here we go. Half, double, and triple. Oh my goodness. Half. Is there no single? Is it just half, double, and triple? That makes no sense. There's got to be a single. Interesting. The double definitely looks the most substantial and like padded, if you will. And yeah, and here's how to do it. Oh, goodness. That's pretty involved, actually. Okay. Neat. I see why clip-on ties are a thing now. And then Pete clarified, no, for the bottom of the tie. Not visible in the model, but in real life. Oh, gotcha. The two ends. Oh yeah, the thinner piece and the back piece. Yep. I know what you're talking about. And then it needs to be longer. Like, it drives me crazy when men are walking around with like short little ties that are like, if your tie falls above your belly button, like you got like a little clown tie. Long ties. Gosh, that looks quite nice. Haven't done any fabric folds yet. He's looking pretty sharp, isn't he? Okay, cool. All right. I do like that this is a bit like more of a fitted trouser. He kind of has like this flared slack look. I don't know if I like that as much. I can kind of fuss with this more later, but I'm really looking at this outer line here of how this is forming the silhouette. Pretty cool though. And Shaman mentioned about the double Windsor knot. It produces the strongest, easiest to shape knot. That makes sense. It looked the most substantial in the examples. And then John continues, they messed up and tucked the longer back piece into the shirt to hide their shame when it's above the belly. Ah, I see. At that point, just retie it. All right. I was gonna make a brand new coat here, or vest, but this actually does look nice. So I will leave it as is, but I wanna make sure it's actually tucked into the coat. That's important. And then I need to add buttons again. I think I have some in ZBrush. They're just sitting here. Not nuts and bolts. I mean, it could work, but we can do better than that. That button looks a little too buttony. I like that one. looking a little more. This is definitely like mechanical pieces and not buttons, but it's gonna work well for what I'm wanting. Yep, I like that a lot. We're gonna widen it. You know what, I need this to be better. So to do this, I'm gonna increase the thickness on this for 3D printing. And to do that, I'm going to mask this back piece here, and then I'm going to extrude. Why is it doing an edge action? I want the polygon. Okay. So ZBrush is interesting. You can Q mesh individual polygons. You can also grab edge actions, and for some reason, it is not recognizing polygons on the bottom here. When you polish by features, look what it does to it. This is one of the default ZBrush meshes they give you, so I figured it'd be well constructed. I guess it's just going to be mad. What if I delete that piece? Interesting. Huh, if I add another edge loop, it recognizes it again. Okay, fine by me. Makes no difference. All right, now extrude polygroup island. It'd be really cool if it would recognize this one little triangle. There we go. Just had a scribble. That button really wanted to fight me. Whatever, I won. Excellent. Now we have a nice button, and I don't have to worry about there being a gap between the actual vest and the button, because if there's a gap there, it will not 3D print. All right, I can do 1, 2, 3, and 4. Oops. All right, he's looking pretty sharp. We need to move them away from the fold of the coat a little bit more. Very nice. Awesome, I like it. I'm starting to really like this character. And then Shaman says, if you care, there are rules for coat buttons too. Oh, that's true. I know it depends what side they're on, because it's supposed to be easier for like a woman to button them up. So they're flip-flop based on a woman's coat versus a man's. I think I have it backwards. I think I have like a women's coat right now. But you can mirror any model you want in your slicer, so. So I did a Japanese mythology collection a few years ago, and depending which way you have the kimono laid, like right over left, left over right, will symbolize whether they're dead or not. So when I sculpted, I think it's hard for me to pronounce it. It's like Saskuyomi. When you say unconfident, it never sounds right. But anyway, it's like the moon, god of death, essentially. And for him, he is like undead. So that one I did correctly with it. I think it's left over right. But I also did that for Amaterasu, which is the sun goddess, and that would be wrong then. So yeah, fun fact. Shaman says, it gets nuts based on the number in which you button and which you don't. Oh, interesting. Yeah, in this case, I just kind of simplify it down to 4. That way it's not a nightmare to 3D print, to paint. Because even this will be kind of like a fine detail to paint on a mini, because it's only going to be like this big. But if you did want to paint them, it's at least somewhat possible, because I go with the more exaggerated large button style. But it's so interesting. I didn't know there was like rules on which ones you button and don't. Very cool. Shaman, I'm always going to think of you as a fancy man now, because like you've talked about like the knots that you tie and that kind of stuff, and like that combined with your username for some reason is very funny to me. All right, right now I'm kind of obsessing on the point of the coat here, because this is going to be an asset I want to reuse. And having some sharp edges really makes a difference. So I'm really taking the time to make sure that this is sharp. There we go. And then being very careful with the taper of the coat, because it can start looking very feminine very quickly. Which is fine. He's a fancy man, but I still want there to be like masculine lines on this. And I'm folding that collar in just a touch more. All right, cool. This is really coming together. I never doubted it. All right, I don't think there's any other pieces I really need from this. It was just that collar I was wanting. All right, we're gonna drop our first hard save of the live stream. This will just be called a detective, simple as that. Do you guys have any preference on whether I do gloves or not? I'm a little undecided. It won't be a huge detail on the model. It'll just affect, like, or you know what, it might not even matter because I might just put his hands into his coat pocket. So, who knows? And then Shaman says, I am really not, because I mentioned he was a fancy man. Picture a broke down soldier and said, I actually know a fair amount of those, so I can imagine that too. I've had a lot of my, the men in my family are veterans. So yeah. I hope you take good care of yourself. Or good enough care. Both of my housemates are active military as well. They're both Army. One of them may be getting out next year, but I think he's gonna stay. We'll see. Oh, I have multiple of these cuffs. Where did you come from? Why are there two of you? Okay, I'm gonna delete one of them. Nope, I duplicated it again. Now there's three. All these buttons are all so close to each other. Okay. There we go. All right, are there any other quintessential pieces that need to be here? I'm trying to think. Some of these have like bags on them. I mentioned a magnifying glass, but if I was gonna tuck that into a coat pocket, I don't know which one would be the most visible. I'm trying to think. Regardless, we're definitely at a point here where it's worth leaving another stamp. So this is our second progress point of the day. Boop. And then Shaman asked, did you create one to pull it out a bit for the shirt? No, I did not. No coat pockets yet. Thinking. I can put one like here, right? Kind of like a tall like breast pocket. I'll think about it. All right, this is a good stopping point for me to take a little quick break. Here we are right now in the stream. Pretty happy with this. I'm gonna take a quick 5-minute break, let my eyes kind of refresh, and then I'll come back and we'll start detailing. Oh, cuff I mean. Oh, I don't think so, because the shirt is really like a tank top that I made, so check this out. This is his shirt right now. I'm sure it happened somewhere along the line, or I accidentally duplicated it. Oh, I duplicated it to import the collar on top of it, and I just forgot that I'd done that. Mystery solved. All right, guys. It is currently 12:08 my time. I'm gonna be back at 12:15 p.m. And then Shaman says he's looking really good. Thank you. I'm happy with this. It's not like a high fancy model I normally do, so it's good practice. All right, guys, I'm gonna take a 5-minute break here. I'll be back at 12:15 p.m. Eastern time, and yeah, I'll see you guys shortly. Thanks for hanging out. If you like this stream, please like it, and then if you really like it, subscribe, because then YouTube will tell you about when I live stream in the future, which is pretty much every day. All right, I'll see you guys in a bit. Hello and welcome back. Welcome back to me and welcome back to you guys too. All right, let me get resituated here. Part of my lo-fi mix is a rendition of Hallelujah, which is very sweet, but it's very dramatic for sculpting Sherlock Holmes here. So I'm like, let's go to the next one. Now this is a remix of Frosty the Snowman. That's more my vibe right now. All right, and yeah, Pete signed off. The last message here is I'll catch up on it later after it's done, so I see the final result. All right. So yeah, this is a request, and it was from Pete, actually. I think and I forgot to ask, but he is a detective, which is really cool. So he's gonna be giving this to people at work, which is really fun. If you have more interest about what I do, here is the request board. You guys can check it out right now. M3DM request board. If you guys have questions about like what this is or what you're looking at, let me know. All right, I'm gonna set a timer so I can keep myself moving right along. Today was one of those days where, I don't know, I just didn't want to work. I just want to lay in bed all day and play video games. And that's kind of what a lot of artists talk about when they're like, oh, it's hard when you make your passion like your job and stuff. And today's one of those days, but like I'm not burned out. I just don't want to work. But I do like what I do, so. I've had jobs that I truly hated, so I never lose sight of that. I'm having a good old time. All right, guys. If you have any questions, please let me know. If not, we're gonna truck right along. I'm gonna reread the requester's description for this model to kind of set us on track. Pete says, how about a detective inspired by classic Sherlock Holmes imagery, cat, pipe, and all? Bonus points if you can somehow incorporate a fingerprint somewhere. So yeah, that's what we're doing. I'm going to set an increment of time here. I have 30 minutes on the clock. I'm trying to think if that's, what am I going to do in 30 minutes? We'll see. Shaman says, I need to talk you into doing one based off an image I have that I want to convert into a VR avatar. I mean, you don't have to convince me. If you join my Patreon and submit a request, I will do it. As long as it's something I can make into a 3D printable character still as well, and it's somewhat high fantasy. It can be grim dark as well. It could even be this era, because this is going to work really well for like a steampunk character. But yeah, if it's any of those things, like, you don't have to convince me. You just have to become a patron and submit a request. If you want it done soon, you need to purchase a priority ticket as well. But if you're not in a rush, it'd be done in a couple months. So yeah. Alrighty, let's get started, shall we? Shaman said, oh, it would be. Oh yeah, if it's on topic. I mean, I'm saying it very casually. I mean, it costs money, but the money goes to me, so woo. I'm a very good marketer of myself. Business. All right, so in the next 30 minutes, I think it'd be nice if I could get this detailed. My issue with this model right now is that there's no like fine tertiary details, and I can't just put a bunch of belts and weapons on him. That's what I normally do. But he's a detective. So, we'll see. Shaman says, gotcha. Yeah, the link, if you're interested in seeing what my Patreon's even about though, you can check that out. The one at the top is for my M3 Academy, so that's not the right one. It would be the one, and again, I'm not saying you need to support this or anything, but for people that are lurking as well, this is my Patreon. This is my Patreon for STLs. STLs are 3D printable models. That's where if anyone lurking as well is like, oh, I have a request, that's where you go. All right, so. One of the other things I need to do here is I need to merge down these assets and export them so I can use these pieces later. I'm really happy with this coat I have locked out here. I'm gonna save again because it felt like it didn't save. There we go. I really want to add some pockets to this first. So I'm not setting my timer quite yet because I really want there to be a little more construction on this. I think they'd be slanted pockets, not just like pouches. I can't really tell in these images I have because their hands are just in their pockets. You know, I'm probably overcomplicating this trench coat. I can just let it be what it is. I don't need to cover him in pockets. Yes, I'm just gonna leave that alone. But to make this reusable, I'm gonna go ahead and merge down all of these pieces. All right, now I have this really lovely coat here that I can use in the future. Nice and simple. All right, my tool, export, and I'm gonna put this in my organize folder. So it's gonna be under shirt _ trench coat. There we go. And then I'm going to reopen this ZPR, so we'll unmerge all these pieces. And there we go. Alrighty, let's go ahead and set the timer for 30 minutes. And my goal right now is to add fabric folds and texture to all of this, so let's do it. Let's go ahead and do his pants first. Alrighty. I think it'd be nice if there was a bit of a cuff on the edge of these pants. So let's change the shape just a touch. I'm turning off perspective to make sure that the pants aren't longer than his loafers, because it wouldn't be very professional if he was just stepping on his trousers. There we are. I'm going to go ahead and add a crease at the top, and then I'm going to close holes. So that makes this entire mesh solid and perfectly 3D printable. Voxel says welcome back. Thank you. Let's go ahead and add an edge to this. To do that, I'll use my Z brush. I'll go in here with extrude poly loop. I'm going to make it pretty tall, and the reason for that is because I'm not going to crease it, which means when I subdivide, it's going to round really nicely, just like that. Since it's perfectly flat, it looks a little silly, so we're going to add this like fake indentation. There we go. It just makes it look nicer right here and gives them more of that illusion of depth that they're real pants. It looks like I'm doing a lot of like really tiny adjustments here, and the reason for that is because I'm really trying to preserve the silhouette line here. So if these are just like hanging out in the center, it looks really odd. But all those little picky adjustments, they really do matter. So now I'm going to mask this edge here, I'm rotating it a bit and increasing the size just a touch. I'm gonna see if I like polish by features. Yeah, that did a better job. All right, and now it's at this perfect circle shape. We're gonna make it a bit of a oval. All right, there we go. And I'm gonna give it a bit of like a fitted shape here. Corey says he's getting ready to go dancing. Kind of looks like that, yeah. All right, let's go ahead and sculpt some seams and the pockets. All right, so to do this, I'm gonna go in with my damn standard brush and run some seams down the side. It's gonna be at a pretty high Z intensity. After I find a line that I like, I click number 1 on my keyboard to dig that line in even deeper. And we're gonna do 2 seams on the side here. And I can't draw a curve that smooth. That's only happening because I have lazy mouse enabled, so it's really softening out any shake of my hand. Even though you're not gonna be able to see this, I'm going to block out where his belt and his belt loops would be. It just kind of makes it easier for when I'm constructing the rest of the model. I'm gonna throw in some pockets. And then we're gonna smooth just one side of the pocket. because there'd be less volume on the inside. Very small details, but it makes a big difference. All right, and now sculpting the fly. There's a little pixelation right there. That just has to do with how the polys lay. Line creases here. Oh, there's a crease right here. I'm like, why does this look so weird? That's why. There's also no inner seams right now, and it needs that too. Right here. So you gotta kind of like rotate your camera and be careful. And then run a seam along the edge. All these little construction lines just add up to make the model look more believable. And I'm also gonna add some pleats down the center. Oh, increase my lazy mouse just a touch. There we go, and then smooth that out. There we go. Working man pants. All right, we have some good structure here, and let's keep going. And then we're gonna start adding fabric folds as well. A lot of these will be in symmetry, but some of them won't. So these are gonna be folds that are in compression. Kind of looking at my references here too. There we go, and they'll be similar on the edges of the slacks as well. And then just a few across. Alright, and there'll be a few that kind of stretch down, and these ones will be more adhering to like gravity as the pant gets a looser fit as it gets lower. It's really important that these lines are somewhat straight. Like you don't want them like this. That makes sense? A reminder to all of my students, if you're lurking right now and you have any questions, don't be shy, ask. And if you're a student of mine watching in the future, you can always timestamp this and then give you the timestamp, and I will explain more on how I did any of these techniques. If you're interested in learning ZBrush yourself, most of my students are brand new beginners, and I am taking new students. I do have videos for you guys to watch and follow, but all my classes are centered around mentorship only. Like I used to just provide my lessons and stuff, and there'd be like an unguided version and a mentorship version, but 100% of the time those that tried to do it unguided they got so confused. And it's not because they're not good videos, it's very hard when you don't have someone to ask questions to. Because ZBrush can be very frustrating, and it's a very intimidating program, especially if you're brand new to 3D. I am self-taught, but if I had the choice, I wouldn't have been. I actually first started making lessons for ZBrush for myself to reference back later. I still watch some of my own lessons I make for students, like stuff for techniques I don't use very often, like array mesh and stuff. I forget how to use it every time. So I'll pull up my own lesson I made for my students and watch myself tell me how to do something. I don't have like memory loss or anything. There's just certain things my brain will deem unimportant, and I don't seem to have a lot of say in it. Believe me, it drove me crazy in college. Useless little fun facts? Ooh, I'll remember that forever. Very important stuff that'll be on the test, yeah, gone. And sometimes, like during class, when I did go, I could like feel like information slipping away as soon as I was hearing it, and I was like, I'd like write down notes, or I'd like write down like the page numbers for me to review later, and I'm just like, I could just tell, I'm like, nope, it's slipping away. My brain's just throwing this away. Which is funny because I didn't hate engineering by any means. I actually quite enjoyed it. I just hated school. Not a great student. Not a great student in like a classroom scenario. I do very well on my own. I mean, obviously, I taught myself ZBrush and now I do this full time. So right now for the fabric folds, I'm kind of going between my damp standard brush and my standard brush. It's like a sharper material here, so I'm going in with a bit of a more stylized fabric fold. And I'm even going over the centermost part of the seam, or seam, or the fold where it will stick out the most, and I'm accentuating that just a touch more with damp standard and holding down Alt. I guess on Mac it's Option. I used Windows computers for most of my life. I just recently switched over to Apple. All right, some good fabric folds. Let's give a little bit more attention to the back of the model. It might look a little random, like where and how I'm adding fabric folds. It's just because I've done it so many times. This comes from hours and hours of looking at references and practice and that kind of stuff. You sculpt 1,000 models and you start to see some patterns. I am not exaggerating when I say that though. I have sculpted over 1,000 models in the last 5 years. All right, I got some pretty nice pants, if I do say so myself. Thank you guys for hanging out with me on this Friday afternoon. It's been pretty nice. If you're enjoying the live stream, please like the video, it really helps. And if you're really having a good time, I encourage you to subscribe. I stream every day except for Tuesday, Wednesday, and I always start at 11 a.m. Eastern time. I just recently started streaming on weekends. This is actually my first weekend. And the reason I started doing that is because I noticed most of you guys are free on the weekend, and I work for myself. So I might as well put my weekend in the middle of the weekday, and then when I go out, like I like people, but it's nice to go to the grocery store when no one's there, you know what I mean? So it's been nice doing a lot of my shopping and my fun stuff like in the middle of the week. My husband and I, now that we live in Tennessee, it's a lot cheaper to live here, so we have a lot more like expendable income, so we can do like more fun stuff. And one of the things that we like to do is going to Dollywood. We only live like an hour away from it. We're just outside of Knoxville, and it has been so much fun to go, and the fact that we can go, have the freedom to go in the middle of the week, I just feel very, very grateful that we're able to do that. When we were younger, it wasn't that interesting that we didn't want children, but now that we're closer to 30, it's becoming very apparent that I'm like, yeah, we're actually not going to do that. And I'm like, okay, cool. So what does that mean? So we're kind of trying to decide with all this extra time and money, because we're saying we don't want children. And I'm like, what does that look like? And though we enjoy going to Dollywood, I don't think it just looks like amusement parks until we're 80. Or maybe it does. I don't know. We're figuring it out. It's going to be a good time. A lot of my close friends are having children, so it's kind of nice they can like be like an aunt figure, but not a mom. It suits me better. Ricky as well. Ricky is the quintessential fun uncle. I think it's kind of a normal assumption that when you hear like people that don't want children, you just assume that they hate children. We do not hate children. We just don't want them. It's funny because it's hard to talk about it without sounding like we're talking about getting like a pet. Like, it's a big commitment. It's like, no, but like really, right? Like, I'm adding all these nice fabric folds, but this darn coat is covering up so much of it. So I'm trying to figure out what folds will actually be visible. And then Voxel says, ooh, invest a lot. Oh yeah, one of our housemates is very good with money and investing and that kind of stuff. And we talked to him actually recently. We're like, hey, like we're able to put aside this much money a month. Like how much should we like invest and how much just sits in the bank? And he's so funny. He's like a very aggressive. He's like, invest all of it. And I'm like, but what if I need it? He's like, you're doing fine. I'm like, I don't know. It just feels weird. Like investing feels made up to me, honestly. I know it's not, but I swear I'm not financially illiterate. A little bit, but like I'm learning, you know? I don't make bad decisions. We don't spend very much, so that's been step number one. It's amazing how much fabric folds like bring life to a model. We got 15 minutes left on the clock. Looks like I'm gonna hit my goal, no problem. Just what I like. So something interesting here, one of the reasons why I made the sleeve separate pieces entirely from the coat is because I can go to these sleeves over here. One, they're easier to pose this way, but two, I can just go ahead and do close holes. So it's completely solid. I don't have to worry about any gaps between the arm and the sleeve that are forming. If you have these little pockets that form, resin can get trapped in them. Recap for those that are lurking and new. I designed for 3D printing, so everything here will be 3D printed. So I make a lot of considerations while I'm sculpting to make sure that it is 3D print friendly. All right, same thing with this. I can crease the edge and close holes. For this one specifically though, I might even add thickness manually with dynamic instead. Nah, I'll just close holes. I thought about it. I am deciding no. All right, I'm gonna add a trim piece on this. That looks really silly. How do I want to do that? I think it just needs to be smaller. There we go. That's better. And then going to the underside and then kind of punching in this artificial hole really helps. And get my brush size just right. There we are. And I'll make sure to add one of these buttons onto the cufflinks as well. All right, let's add some fabric fold to these sleeves. I'll be going in with the standard brush and starting in areas I'm most familiar with, which would be like the armpit here, which there'll be some fabric folds and compression. Whenever I'm sculpting a fabric fold, I just ask myself, I'm like, is this being pushed together or pulled apart? There's other variations, but pretty much you can boil it down to push together, compression, or pulled apart, tension. Different kinds of folds. Here, they're being pushed together. Bam, smushed together. And then I have a fabric seam down the center here. Oh, I think I fell out of symmetry by accident. There we go. Isn't that crazy how much fabric folds make a model look so much better? There's just so much more to look at. All right, gonna add some just some texture along the sides of these cuffs. Just enough so there's little paint grabbers, as I call them. All right, very nice. The silhouette here doesn't look perfect. Let me adjust that a bit. There we go. I'm constantly looking at the edges of the model and what shape it's forming. Very nice. Let's go ahead and detail this coat. So obviously if I do close holes here, it's gonna give me a funny result. See how this like slopes and we have these very, very thin elements here? You don't want that. So instead of that, we're gonna add uniform thickness all the way across the coat. So to do that, I have dynamic clicked on, turning smooth subdiv to 0, and then increasing thickness. I'm gonna have the offset to be -100 to preserve that silhouette I spent so much time perfecting. That's plenty thick for 3D printing, but I will go a little bit further even. There we go. And then click apply, and there you go. If you don't click apply, it's actually just like, it's not really there. It's just like a preview of what you're doing. That catches my students up a lot, where like there's a couple of operations in ZBrush where nothing happens until you click apply, which can be a little confusing. All right, let's go ahead and add some detail or trim here. Something I like to do is throw an edge loop on the inside seam and then extrude that poly loop. I'll extrude that twice. There we go, just have like a little lip on there, looks nice. And then Voxel says, I am finding out I have to take care of my father in his old age. Without me, he'd be in a real hunch or problem. You have to really put away for folks to take care of you. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Which, I mean, I'd be doing that whether or not I decide to have children. My dad always said that too. He's funny. He's just like, my dad's a very pragmatic and stoic man. And he mentioned, he's just like, yeah, he's like, don't be sad if I ever get like dementia or forget who you are and you send me off to an old folks home. He's like, you can just put me in my closet and be like, hey dad, and then put me away. He's like, I won't care. I'm like, you're so sweet. Oh my goodness. But it is something you have to think about, of like who's gonna take care of you when you get older, assuming you're even lucky enough to get there, you know? So it's something that I've thought about, but it's not really a decision that I have closely linked to children or not. It's something that I would have done regardless. But that definitely will be a journey and a big problem for you and your father to figure out. I wish you guys both the best, you know? It's tricky. Life is tricky. Whenever I'm feeling upset about decisions like that, like stuff that's just kind of hard to figure out, I always have to remind myself, it's like, sometimes you're lucky to even have those kind of problems to figure out, you know what I mean? Doesn't make them any easier to solve, but it puts some perspective on things. There we are. I'm really glad that I spent so much time getting the shape of this coat right, because now as I'm detailing it, it just looks better and better. Chris is here, welcome back. Good evening. We've been having a nice little Friday here, and we are sculpting a classic detective and very like Sherlock Holmes fashion. I think I'm gonna run a couple more seams on the side here. Adds a little bit of visual interest and is a nice paint catcher. Also gonna add a seam between the shoulder blades as well. There we are. Just some nice bits of construction. I don't know if I've talked about it before on stream, but I do know how to sew. I'm not very good at making my own patterns, but I do have the capability to do so. If you give me a pattern, I can actually sew pretty well. It's not something I was ever super interested in. One of my best friends growing up, she was really good at it, and I just picked up a lot of stuff from her. Awesome detective, Chris says. Thank you so much. I'm actually gonna put on my hat really quick because I'm getting cold. that cold in my house, I just don't retain heat well at all. I've always been a much smaller build, and I just do not keep heat. Always cold. There we go. Now that my entire head is covered, feeling warmer. Oh, Ella's here. Hello, friend. Hey, friend. I love the smile so far. Gonna be painting and vibing out today. That sounds very nice. Yeah, I missed your stream when you painted minis. I definitely want to catch one of them soon. Alrighty. Well, let's keep on going. Alright, let's add some fabric folds to this. I kind of want to add like a single like high detail trim piece somewhere just to have some visual interest on this model. But I don't want to make him look overly complicated or fancy. This is a more simple model. So, you know, I think I'm just going to let him be what he's going to be without trying to dress it up a ton. It's a strong model already. I'm just used to doing like these very fantastical, like, you know, like larger than life characters and creatures, and it kind of feels weird that I'm like, this is just a working man. I gotta leave him alone. I don't need to ritz him up. So right now I'm adding these like really long draping fabric folds. This is definitely a stylized choice. They really wouldn't fall like this. These coats are usually a bit stiffer material. But I like it this way, and that's, once you've done enough fabric folds, you can kind of decide like how you want the model to look in terms of fabric fold and design. In this case, I think some draping pipe folds will look really interesting. To achieve this, I'm just going back and forth with my standard brush, adding and removing material. Whenever you're doing fabric folds across the back or between the shoulder blades, make sure you turn off symmetry. There we are. And some more of those draping folds that I like. And then turning off symmetry for the center pieces. Really makes a big difference. There we are. And then another small detail I like to address is the inside is perfectly smooth. And even though you don't see much of it, it is kind of jarring to have that smooth panel between his legs. So I always make sure to add some rough fabric folds to the inside of my meshes as well. And then the way that I constructed this mesh was extruding the fabric straight out. So you end up with this really hard line here. And that's, again, it's another thing you don't see a lot of, but it's worth going in with trim dynamic and just beveling that edge. Maintains all that wonderful 3D printability without looking so, you don't want it looking too crispy. There we go, very nice. And then Ella says, oh, Voxel's hanging out or leaving. Sounds good. Oh, power's going in and out there. Yeah, it snowed. I'll do it. Well, thanks for joining. And Ella said, did you get a little magnifying glass? Yes, I was thinking that. I just haven't decided where I'm going to put it yet. So, yeah. All right, we got a couple minutes left on the clock. I'm not quite finished, but I'm very close. So right now I'm making sure the tie is fitting underneath the collar here, and just some minor details that will make sure the model all makes sense. Looking good. Also gonna scoop on the underside of this and just make it all perfectly thick and touching. That way there's no unnecessary 3D printing overhangs. So the edges of this collar will actually touch the shirt all the way. Very close, not quite yet. There we go. All right, this undershirt here will be very easy. We're just gonna close holes and subdivide a few times and then add a few fabric folds. Real simple. Bam. Barely any of it is showing, but it still needs some attention. There we go. All right, our timer just ran out. We were almost right on par. I just need to do these really quick. I'm gonna reference the structure of these really quick as well. They have like a small trim piece on it. So I'll do my same technique, going to dynamic and extruding some thickness. Negative offset and apply. I'm gonna do the exact same treatment for these lower, I think they're called lapels, I'm not sure. I'm gonna call them panels. All right, apply, and then I'm gonna do that same trick I did earlier where I insert an edge loop on the side and then extrude that poly loop twice over. There we go, some nice bit of structure. One and two, and done. Looking good. I'm gonna subdivide these a few more times, adjust their overall shape, and then add a few broad fabric folds. Actually not sure where the fabric folds would fall on this one. I think I'm gonna go from the top down, some compression. Yeah, right here. And then maybe one big fold from the bottom. Nah, not like any of those folds. Let's try it another way. There's really not many fabric folds on this piece, but I don't want it to be perfectly flat. So I'm just kind of playing with it and deciding what I want. There we go. Less is more on this one. All right, subdividing this a few times. And I want to sharpen that edge on the collar, so I'm gonna go on Damp Standard and lower the Z intensity and pull an edge on the top here. This is just gonna give it a crisper look, and it's gonna make it a little easier for me to finesse. That looks nice. Shaman says, I stepped away to make lunch, came back, and he was textured and clothing folds and everything, moving fast. Yeah, when I decide to put my head down, I'm like, all right, it's sculpting time. I boogie, I go pretty quick. I like to spend a lot of time in the early stages, really making sure that my base is well constructed, and especially because I wanted a new coat base mesh, so I just really took my time here constructing this. It feels like I'm working really slow today, but I think that's because I don't want to work today, which is okay. I've always been pretty disciplined even as a child, and so I have no problem thinking to myself, I don't want to do this. And then I'm like, okay, feeling aside, get to work, and then I'm pretty happy. I'm not even like that I dislike my work or anything. I just really want to curl up in bed and drink hot chocolate and play Dragon Age. I just want to be a child. And I'm like, okay, I can do that after I do my work. And the funny part is, let's say like I just decided to take today off. I canceled my live stream so I could do exactly that. I wouldn't even really enjoy it. I'm the kind of person where I really do best when I work first and then I relax. And it's not because I think I have to earn it or anything. I don't know. The day starts feeling kind of smushy without it. My husband calls it putting chapters in the day. And the more chapters I can put in the day, I usually feel more fulfilled by the end of it. It used to have to do with how productive I was being. Not anymore. I don't really care how much I get done at the end of the day. As long as I'm hitting my goals and doing enough, I'm pretty happy. I used to be obsessed with like min-maxing my days and getting the most done all the time. That didn't last very long. I burned out on that pretty quick. That was my college phase. Do not recommend. Do not recommend. Another funny thing too is like I swear like whether it's like a chore or an errand that I don't want to do, my brain will make a big deal about it and be like, I really don't want to do this. And then I start doing it and I'm like, this isn't that bad. And Ricky says, I'm eating snickerdoodles. Hey, I made those. I made snickerdoodles yesterday. And then in true baking fashion, I'm not going to make like just a dozen of them. I made 25, 2 dozen cookies. I try to justify it because we have housemates, and I'm like, well, I had to make enough for everyone. The reality is when I bake, I like to bake a lot. It was actually my first time making snickerdoodles. It came out really good. Alright, he's looking sharp. I'm going to go ahead and go over with the pinch brush in a few areas to really improve them. Looking good. Oh yeah, looking really sharp. I forgot to add fabric folds on this collar here. I don't think there's going to be a lot, but it shouldn't be perfectly smooth. Alright, we're going to sharpen this edge up with Damp Standard and then run on the underside with a couple loose fabric folds. There we go. Just something simple. We'll do the same thing to the back, out of symmetry because we're crossing the center line. And there we go. Looking very nice. Shaman says they're good too. Really fun to say as well. Snickerdoodles, right? It's a fun name. I think all baked goods should have a ridiculous name like that. Like, I don't know how we ended up, but just like cookies is a somewhat fun word. It's also like a general category. But yeah, I think any baked dessert item should be as silly as the word snickerdoodle. All right, I'm gonna fashion a quick little breast pocket here. Something that I can poke the magnifying glass out of. So I'm gonna just do a really quick and easy sculpt directly onto the mesh. I don't usually do this. Add a couple of fabric folds to make it look convincing. Very good. Put all the pieces back. And now we're going to tuck a little magnifying glass in there. Are you bringing me cookies?
And coffee.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I really appreciate that, honey.
Of course.
Have you been listening to me complain about how I don't want to work today?
Yes.
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 My husband just brought me snickerdoodles and coffee. It's a hard life, guys. This is my second coffee of the day. Cheers, y'all. Oh, that's good coffee. Yeah. And yeah, and here are the snickerdoodles I was talking about. They were made yesterday, so they're a little drier today, but they're still good. Those are so good. Good job, me. I think this is gonna look more like a monocle than a magnifying glass. I'm fine with that. I also think it's kind of odd placement. I might decide to put it somewhere else later. As of now, I like it. It kind of looks like a handkerchief thing. We'll see if I move it later. And Shaman asked, like, did he bring the snickerdoodles? Good man there. The best, the best. I am very lucky. My husband is fantastic. I'm gonna take a quick break here, but I'm gonna do it on stream and just hang out with y'all if that's okay. Me asking permission to hang out on my own live stream. My goodness. I've worked on the people pleasing aspect. I've come a long way, but it's still there a little bit. So yeah, it's funny. Ricky and I met in high school, specifically my freshman year. It was his freshman year as well. We're like the same age. We're only 3 months apart. 1 second, my camera's throwing a fit. But no, like everyone's like finds it very sweet that we're high school sweethearts. But in my experience, the vast majority of people that are high school sweethearts, they've just been together a long time. They don't necessarily get along really well, and obviously when like you're 16 and like you're 15, you don't really have adult tool set to handle problems. You know what I mean? What I'm trying to say is I actually like him. We're actually very in love. We've always been really good to ourselves, and we didn't have any like that high school drama nonsense. None of that. It was. I'm very lucky we met so young, is what I'm trying to say. Man, this is so good. Very happy. I know. Thank you, honey. I know he's watching. Oh, Taylor, hello. Welcome back. You're real high school sweethearts, then. That's adorable. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I always feel like I specify, though. I'm like, we actually like each other, though. And then Shaman saying, no clue who you are yet. Probably talking about Ricky. Yeah, he wasn't on camera. He's very real. Probably briefly saw his hand for a second. He tunes in every now and then. Like, he's always watching in the background. But and that's to make sure. He also like helps moderate the chat and that kind of stuff. Not that you guys need much moderation. It's not exactly a wild crowd here. Y'all are pretty tame, pretty good. And yeah, Shaman had a good point. Like, when you're that young in high school, 15, 16, you have no idea who you are yet. Very, very true. Now, Ricky and I have been very lucky that as we have gotten older, we have grown in the same direction. But we're obviously not the same people anymore. And it's never been like a big argument or a point of contention. We just check in with each other. We had, oh, this is so weird to put on stream. It was like a joke at first. It was like a relationship contract. Again, it was like a joke, but we legit would like sit down and like talk. like a serious talk at least once a year about like who we were and what direction we're going in our lives and that kind of stuff. And like we had like a lot of like rules and like not anything weird. It was just like a lot of our friends got into relationships in high school, and like it was like a month later and they were like saying I love you and all this stuff. And to us, like that meant a lot. Like I don't think Ricky and I said that we loved each other until like our 3rd year of dating, because we were 15. I was like, I'm not gonna say I love you. I'm like, I like you a lot. I don't love you though. You know what I mean? We were definitely wise beyond our years, even at 15. We both had not rough upbringings, but you know, life is rough, right? So we matured pretty quick. But we still wanted to like enjoy being in high school and not be too hot and heavy and serious. We weren't like that at all. It was a good time. Ricky, I'm watching you. Always watching. Yeah. Yes. And then Chris saying, wait until we hit 10 million subscribers. Oh, I know, and I'm saying all this goofy shit on stream. And then Taylor asked, what's the personality traits of this character? He's like very Sherlock Holmes type. So kind of in my mind, I'm imagining very like stoic, kind of serious, takes his job serious, not into flashy things, that kind of stuff. And then Shaman says, that's really smart, like an annual check-in. Absolutely. And now our annual check-ins sound a lot different. So I turned 28 in a couple weeks, and we're not really doing any more, but for like the last 5 years, Ricky and I sit down once a year and like just our big one that we always talked about was kids. We're like, are you sure you don't want kids? I don't want kids. Do you want kids? Do you want to talk about that? What does that mean? And we do that every year, just to make sure it's a big decision, you know, and it's always been no. We have like absolutely no interest, but we want to take it seriously because I don't want to decide when I'm 40 that I wish I had a 10-year-old running around. You know what I mean? So. And then Alice saying hi to Ricky. I'm sure he says hi. He's in the other room. But yeah, it's a good time. I'm almost done with my snickerdoodle, and then we'll get back to more sculpting. Alright, I finished my cookie. Break is ending soon. Shaban shared, when my wife and I got married, I had to buy her cooking wine. Oh, no kidding. We waited like 6 years to have kids. Wanted to have fun first. Yeah, good for you guys. Like, I think if Ricky and I ever did want to have kids, we would have done it in a very similar way. We just didn't want them. But we also knew at 16, it's like, what the hell do we know, you know? But I was surprised that like 10 years later, we had the same conversation at 26, and I was still like, nah, I just never had that drive at all. Some people take that in a different direction, and they'll be like, oh, like, is that because you're a career working woman? And I'm like, no, I think you can do both. I don't think it's easy, but I think you can do both. All right. Now, I'm still keeping my beanie on, but now I'm like hot, cold. Coffee is delicious. Thank you, honey. Alrighty. Let's do a little recap here. So most of y'all know me, but for those that are new or new to this stream, everything that I sculpt on LiveStream is designed to be a 3D printable model. Today we're designing a Sherlock Holmes-like character. And to add on to that again, everything that I sculpt here is a request that was someone that supports me on Patreon. Patreon is a monthly donation site where you can literally like be a patron of the arts. That's like what it's referring to. Excuse me, I'm getting hiccups from my coffee, if that makes no sense. But I've had support for years now. I feel very, very lucky. And this is my request for it as of right now. so you guys can kind of browse this and see what's coming up. I also update that with my live stream schedule. So yeah, in a couple days, I'll be working on a skeleton dragon, and that's gonna take 2 days to stream. So that'll be a fun one. Taylor says, I feel like he's missing something, like a funny gadget. Oh, a belt. Yeah, I was thinking that too, like something on his hips. I was looking at the references and they don't really have anything like that because the waistcoat kind of extends past like the belt line on his trousers. I hear what you're saying. He's missing like a bit of pizzazz, you know? But he's also kind of just like a normal working man. I'm kind of just letting him be that too. And then Shaman at Ricky Hoover is the husband. Yep, that makes the always watching way less creepy. Oh, yes. Yes. And then Ella says, a little pocket watch on a chain. I could do that, and that would fit here a little better than what I have. Yeah, I'm gonna do that instead. Again, I want the magnifying glass, but it's just not happening really. I think the pocket watch is a really good idea. And I have a super fancy pocket watch. This is actually an asset that Ella made. I think I have it under my items. I should. There it is. Yeah, I think having the pocket watch and then a chain going across this coat will be a really nice little touch of detail. Let's make this a nice bright color that stands out. Very nice. And then I have a chain brush that I like quite a lot, and it includes a jewelry chain. There we are. And then we'll tuck that chain, jewelry chain, in just a touch. It's not going to be super visible, but just to have it. There we are. Let's go ahead and make that jewelry chain a nice gray color. And let's fix the clipping problem we have. There we go, all tucked in. I like that better than the magnifying glass right there because it didn't really fit. It didn't read as clearly as I was hoping. Not a problem. Happy to try something new. And then Ella mentioned, like, I feel like a magnifying glass would be better as a handheld. I know, but I want holding a pipe. I mean, a pipe and a magnifying glass. I could do both. It feels a little on the nose, maybe even too much there. I don't know. Oh, I have my face big still. I'm in the stream. I do not need to be the focus of the stream. There we go. Okay. And then Shaman says a satchel bag. That could be nice, like on his hip or like on the top of his coat. Oh, a closed umbrella would be really cute. That would fit really well. I might do that. He'll be holding a pipe in one hand, and then he have his hand like lazily resting on the top of a closed umbrella. How the heck do I model an umbrella that's closed? Okay, I have some ideas. Yeah, okay, all right, it's cooking. Shaman says, the detective is like a smart guy. He would need something with notes to reference in like a case file. A satchel bag would be cool. Ooh, umbrella is good too. Taylor is right. I like that when you guys like start designing the model with me. It's this really cool like hive mind thing. I want to call you guys something. I just don't know what to call you. I'm not going to call you family. That's weird. I wouldn't even recognize you on the street. But you're definitely part of my little community. And hive mind is a little creepy. I don't know. I'm thinking. One day. I do like the pocket watch detail for now though. I want the pocket watch to be a different color though. Something a bit more bronzy. That is the same color as his coat. Alright, we're changing the color of his coat. It's just gonna be a dark pocket watch. How about that? There we go. Yeah, I'm just kind of looking. I got all these items here. Do not have a closed umbrella. That is very niche and such a good idea. I think I'm gonna have to do that. That's gonna make this stream like 30% longer just to make this one asset. I try to shoot for a 3-hour stream, but it becomes what it's gonna become. Yeah, a cane umbrella, you can lean on it, right? That's what I was thinking. Like, what a good pose would that be? So it'd be kind of like this pose right here on the left, where he still is like, I like the idea of holding the pipe, but instead of this hand being in his pocket, it'd be leaning on that cane umbrella. I have a cane already, I think. Maybe not. Well, I have this little staff that can be like a starting point for us. I have an umbrella that I've sculpted, just completely different style. Yeah, what do you guys think? You think this would suit him well? Yeah, I know. This was very cute. I used this for my for my Japanese mythology collection. This was the fox lady, the kitsune. She was holding this over her shoulder. It's very cute. I still need to work on his hat too. Shaman says, so Ricky, you run the printers for these while she's done with them. Yes, he does. He'll probably answer in the chat too, but yes. Back in the day, he used to work, well, he's worked at a lot of different places, all like car related. He's worked at a tire shop, he's also a porter, and then he did photography. So he took, when you go to like a dealership online and all the pictures that have all the cars, someone has to take those. My husband used to do that. Actually, it paid pretty well too. It just, his boss was a psychopath, which isn't that's kind of how it always turns out. But anyway, he was doing that while I was beginning to make this my full-time career. And very, very quickly, I just did not have enough time to do everything. So he took over the 3D printing from me. And since I'd already been doing it, I just had to teach him what I knew. And then since then, he has learned from what I taught him and expanded upon that and gotten even better. All right, I have a website that I really like to check every now and then for free meshes as a base mesh. I'll put this in the chat. For all my other 3D artists out there, this is a great website to grab base meshes from. It's all royalty free because they're banking on you actually expanding upon it. And the shaman says, I remember you mentioning something about him and the printers. Yep. He test prints all my stuff and then he takes really, really nice pictures. So if you follow me on social media anywhere, all my Patreon releases and model releases, there's a printed photo and a rendered photo. He does both. Hoping this site has an umbrella. It doesn't. Boo. I'm surprised. Am I spelling umbrella wrong? I feel like I know how to spell umbrella. Is there anything else they would call this? I don't think so. Well, I need to look up references for a closed umbrella anyway. Here we go. So this is a reference that I found. How perfect would that be? A closed umbrella with a cane on the end. This would be perfect. Yeah, it's a little more fluffed out than I want it to be, but it'll be similar. Now I'm looking at more references and umbrellas. I found another one that I like even better. This one here. I don't know why it's so small. Don't be small. There we go. So what do you guys think? Should it be more of like a tightly wrapped umbrella? That would be much easier to do. Or this classic frilled one? I'm undecided. It's going to have the cane handle regardless. And then Shaman asks, have you done anything with Blue Sky at all? No, I feel like there's a new social media everyone's flocking to and all the time. I just I just could not care less, honestly. If it's still around in a year, great. I just, God, the thought of posting on yet another social media, I'm good. I'm good. All right, and you guys are giving me feedback on the umbrella. We got some some notes here. Ella says, I feel like the more fluffed out would hold paint really well. Yeah, either could. Taylor says somewhere in between. And then Shaman just says, I am torn. Yeah, this is what they're talking about between these two styles. Yeah, it's going to be somewhere in between. This is not going to be as hard as I thought. I'm going to take a cone and I'm going to turn on radial symmetry and I'm going to carve out these pipe folds. That should work. In theory. Thinking. Again, thank you guys for hanging out. This is a really good time. We're going to throw that reference onto our board here. Just going to, There we go. I'm actually going to grab both. That way I have a reference of the relationship of the cane size to the rest of the model. Sounds like a plan. Agreed, Shaman. All right. All right, let's do it. So for this one, I'm going to pop into a different tool entirely just to clear my screen a bit. ZBrush has some default primitives, a cone being one of them, and that will get us pretty far. I'm going to turn off perspective, flip this upside down, and then unify it to the scene. All right, this is already most of the way there, kind of, if you squint. Taylor says, I sometimes use Lego pieces as reference material for how to make a simpler version of a prop. That's smart because it forces you to boil it down into smaller components. All right, now we're going to turn on radial symmetry, going to the transform menu, activate symmetry, clicking on R, and then making sure I'm on the right axis. I believe it's going to be Y. Ha, I actually got it right. Cool. And then we're going to manually taper this in a little bit, I think. Okay, also this has way more topology than we need. So I'm going to go in with the ZModeler brush and delete a lot of these edge loops. To do that, I am holding down Option and just clicking on the loops I don't want. I'm going to do every other loop. Yeah, when you turn on gizmo effects with radial symmetry, it usually breaks your mesh, just letting you know. Just turn off symmetry and it calms down. All right, we're gonna taper it just a tiny bit. Turning back onto symmetry, we're done with the adjustment. This is going to be lower in the center. And then we're going to have like these big loops on it. All right, we're going to subdivide a bunch of times, inflating the base of the cone here. Now I'm going to go in with my standard brush and draw some strong streaks up this, and we're just experimenting right now. I think this is going to work, but I don't know. It's kind of sloppy, but it's something. All right, and then these gaps would come forward. Okay, I kind of see it. If I do a larger brush size and intensity, yeah, it's kind of insane looking, but I think we have the shape here. And then I can keep my move brush on with symmetry and kind of pinch a bit. I think this is working while still being 3D printable and functional. Okay. So now I'm going to carve out some material right here. Taylor says, I know you're focusing on the umbrella right now, but a fluffy wool flap on the back of the hat would look nice. Maybe on his collar too. Too many good ideas. One thing at a time. No, I'm just kidding. No, that probably would look really good. And that'd give it a bit more of a wintry look, which tis the season. The guy that requested this is me giving this out as a Christmas present to his precinct. So that would be especially appropriate if it had more of a wintry look. All right, there's some waviness to this that I don't like, but this is working. All right, we're gonna start building up the other forms here. It's gonna be this little cap, and that'll be a dark color. And then we're gonna make the same piece. I'm gonna go ahead and duplicate this, make it a little bit smaller, stretch it straight down, and this is actually gonna taper to a point. To do that, make sure this is centered, no symmetry, and taper. Just like that. Again, this is looking pretty wobbly, the mesh on this, but we got a good piece working here. I want it more blue. There we go. I like the color in the picture a lot, so I'm just kind of eyeballing it. That's decently close. Mine's more purple. And then this will be a nice wood color, more on the red tones. Darker, less saturated. So this is kind of interesting. It actually has a black piece initially. So let's go ahead and extrude that back. This would be larger. And then kind of I have a few pieces here. Like a gold cap on the end. Let's make that more of a gold color. And then this needs to be a cane. I'm not sure how to get the hook shape on it right now. I think I'm going to duplicate this, flip it over, stretch it, and maybe just put on a bend arc. See how close that gets me? Yeah. Thinking, is it part of a half circle? No, it kind of tapers in more. Seeing at what section it's gonna like connect. Somewhere around there. And then you'd inflate the whole thing and then scrunch it up a bit. That mostly worked. Still feel like there was a smarter way to do that. Wasn't coming to mind though. All right, at a glance, this is looking pretty similar to the asset I have referenced, so I can consider that a success. ideally I can just take this section and pull that straight down, and I can get rid of the cylinder underneath it so that way I don't have to worry about blending these seams. It's not too hard to do that, but if I don't have to, I'd rather not. All right, Mia, the umbrella maker, at your service. I need to do some cleaning up on the fabric here, but as far as this asset looks versus my references here on the left, I'm pretty happy with it. I might just redo the fabric on the umbrella entirely now that I've tested it out. But first I need to dress up these pieces a little bit. I'm gonna Dynamesh this. Get some proper construction here. I'm gonna detail this with my favorite alpha. I use this alpha all the time. And then not too heavy on the texture. I think I need to be a little higher. There we go. There we go. Something simple goes a long way. Hey, Sleeper's back. Hello. Woo, made it back before the end. You sure did. We are taking a small detour here, and I have been making an umbrella for our lovely detective here. All right, we can do better here as well. Adding in a few edge loops, extruding them, little nice bevel there. It's all the little details. Once you have your shapes down, you can kind of full steam ahead. Even stuff that doesn't seem like it matters, like right here, it really does help to come in and add an edge on this. Man, the default cylinder really has way more topology than it needs. I could have initialized it instead. There's a tab down here where it says initialize. You can pick exactly what resolution you want your cylinder to be at and a couple other primitives. I just forget it exists. There we go. Not bad. All right, let's clean this up a bit. So I'm gonna delete the highest topology, but not go to the lowest. So the lowest, we just have a literal cone here. This is where it gets a little lumpy, so I'm gonna delete one. Still lumpy, delete again. Shift D one more time. All right, we're getting a little smoother here. I can have it help me out by going to polish by features, and that's cleaning it up quite a bit. And then we're gonna make this a bit taller. So the big thing that mine is missing that this has these nice big loops. I don't really have that on my mesh, so I might play with that a little bit. And then Shaman asked, are you gonna add the little spines to the skeleton of the umbrella? They're not visible on the outside, so no. I mean, I can like kind of like show where they would be by going in with damn standard and pulling a hard edge like that. But as of now, I'm more focused on getting these shapes cleaned up. All right, I have symmetry pulled on, and now I'm gonna kind of play with these shapes a little bit more carefully. I'm letting Polish My Features do a lot of the work for me here. So I'm trying to get as much definition as low poly as possible, and that's going to help keep my shapes a little cleaner. That's looking better. Alrighty, very good. Yeah, this was too good of a suggestion. Taylor, when you said this, I didn't want to do it, but I was like, that is, because I've just been kind of lazy today. I didn't want to work. And I was like, this was such a good idea though. It's going to improve the model a lot. And again, I have a lot of students that watch my streams, and it's being able to show my students like my own problem solving process and how I approach something is very, very helpful for them. And I ended up having fun too. All right, now I'm going in, I'm really sharpening up these forms with damp standard. Yeah, this mesh is gonna be like one coat of paint and done. It's gonna look really good. How cute is that? Cool. And then Shaman says, I mean the tips that poke out above the edge. Oh, like right here? Oh, I know what you're talking about. No, I'm not gonna do that. Good question though. Taylor says, I feel like I could use some kind of motif, like a relief of a bulldog or jaguar carved on the pipe and the umbrella handle. That would be super fancy. No. And then Shaman says, oh cool, I thought it was gonna be harder than it seemed. The droops in the umbrella. Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. It worked out. Shaman asks, printer question. When it does, the umbrella, will it be hollow or solid? Oh, totally solid. So I made this from a cone, and yeah, what you see is what you get. This is gonna be a completely solid piece, and that's what makes it so 3D print friendly. Super happy with this. All right, I'm gonna go through now, and I'm gonna poly paint this, and reduce the count on any of these pieces so that way I can use them later. I'm gonna go to Z plugin and decimation master and make sure I have use and keep poly paint turned on. I'm gonna merge all these other little pieces down. It's at 27,000 points. It does not need to be, that's way too high. We're gonna crush that down to 10. Shaman says, cool, cool. Yeah, a lot of good questions. I like that you're asking. I think I can crush this down even further. Let's see what 5 looks like. Still works. I like it. All right, that's too low poly, so we'll delete lower. That's probably just right. All right, we're at 6,000 points, looks good. We're now gonna export another brand new asset. This will go into my asset library. I'm gonna put it under item _ umbrella. So that'll go into my master tool as items. And before I move it over, I'm gonna separate the actual fabric part, subdivide it a few times, and then remerge it down. There we are. I'm gonna subdivide it one more time. I want to make sure there's none of that pixelation on it. And I also want to make sure the creases are really, really clear. So the way that I have this in symmetry, it's slightly twisting. I want to see if I use a twist modifier and untwist it. It'll make it look better or worse. Gosh, that looks unrecognizable. Because I'm looking at like this line right here, and there's definitely some waviness going on. I could just fix it manually. Or I could just move on. It's not a big deal. I'm gonna move on. Very good. All right, gonna bring this back into our main tool and we're gonna append. Pete is gonna love this. Pete is the guy that requested this model for me. Yeah, look at how much more interesting and fun that is than just this boring old cane right here. This might need to be adjusted a little bit, like I'll just stretch the whole thing up or whatever to fit into his hand better. But that's awesome. Good one. He needed another big, interesting piece. And now we have it. So right now I'm gonna kind of simplify the mesh here into pieces because I don't need a lot of these to be separate. Like everything you see here, how much is this? Yeah, this is currently 800,000 points. That's ridiculous. It only needs to be like 20. And that happened just in the construction when I'm adding finer details. I have to increase the poly count. But I like to clean up the mesh and make it very simple before I start posing. And Ella said, you may be overthinking it. I know, I know I can make the umbrella even fancier and better. And part of me was like, oh, you should simulate it. And I'm like, no, Mia, finish the stream. And then Barrett's here, just woke up. Hi. But first I said, elementary, my dear Watson. Yep, you're spot on. That's what I'm making today. Shaman says, oh, that is cool, the twisting. If you ever want to do a fully closed umbrella, you can twist it a bunch. That's what I wanted to do. It could be so easy. And then you guys were like, ooh, a combination of the two would look best. And you guys were right. And I was like, it's been easier just to do the twisted one. But it looks so much better, slightly open. So, I agree. Good thinking. All right, that looks good. So we're at 7.5 million points right now. We do not need to be. So I'm just going through all my pieces here and reducing the poly count as much as I can. I can pose with it being that high. It doesn't sound a big deal. But I like to clean things up. All right, a lot of this will stay somewhat high because the coat has a lot of subdivision levels on it. If it has a lot of subdivision levels on it, I'm totally fine with that. Then I don't need to decimate it a ton. So if you look up right now, I'm actually gonna toggle between all high and all low. So this is the lowest subdiv and this is the highest. So you can see it gets very pixelated on this lowest one. Those are my simplest forms. Looking good. Very nice. All right, the umbrella is everything. That is my favorite part about this model, I'm not joking. Mainly because it not only is it a new good asset in my library, it adds a lot of visual interest here. I'm a big fan of anything triangular. It like naturally draws attention. You know, triangles look like arrows, so big fan of that. Barrett says, I love him. I would totally ride along in his coat pocket and solve mysteries while drinking tea and eating scones. Ferret, I know you lean into like joking and like the whole ferret thing, but I truly, because you lean into it and it's your name and your picture, I just see a little ferret like type it on a little keyboard somewhere on the world. I just think it's the funniest thing. Every time you join this stream, that's what I think of. It's just very cute and very funny. And very true. I mean, you are just some little critter typing away. God, that'd take you so long to type, wouldn't it? I mean, ferrets aren't that small, but they'd have to like walk around the keyboard to get all the keys. Yeah, this model's looking sharp. The hat is growing on me for sure. I was a little unsure how to structure it initially, but I ended up getting a lot of this base shape. Ooh, there we go. There we go. I knew something was still kind of wrong with the silhouette of it. It needs to taper. Again, triangles, triangle shape. I'm telling you, like, I'm serious. If I can, I make things taper, always. Tapers and gradients. So for poly paint, I put a gradient, and for shapes, I make it a triangle. It's just better design. Ah, ZBrush crashed. There's an artist on YouTube that talks about that, of like, they design with triangles in mind, and they do like that rounded triangle all the time. All right, I didn't really lose any progress, just the hat taper, which I know what that looks like. The structure of this definitely is reading more like helmet than cap from the front, but it's still pretty good. Does this come up or does this go down? I don't know. I think it's up. The down looks like, oh no, it's down. It's such a goofy hat. It just gives him like a little cone head. I haven't designed this cap before, as you can tell. I usually do top hats or bowler hats. This is my first cap. I've done like baseball caps, but not like this. I like Taylor's idea of the wool trim too. Need to make these thicker so they print. All right. I think I'm also taking longer on this model, and like, I'm not passing up extra good suggestions because he's gonna give this away like to his coworkers for Christmas. That's so cool. So I want to do a good job. This is unintentionally gonna be a Christmas present for, I don't think dozens of people, but many multiples of people. Shaman said, what's throwing it off is the sides. Yeah, they're supposed to be flaps. They're tied on top. Yeah, which is so goofy to me. It's a goofy hat. In the winter, they come down and tie under the chin to keep the ears warm. Yeah. Yeah, I can see it right here. That's goofy. Okay. All right. All right. How am I going to do that? I'm going to go to curve strap snap. The stream is making me think, y'all. I was like, I'm gonna make a little detective. It's gonna be really easy. And no, I'm thinking a lot of construction stuff. It's okay. Problem solving is my favorite part about this job. Shaman, I really appreciate you taking the moment to just specify exactly how this works, because that's what I thought it was, like it was tied up on top, but I wasn't sure. But now that I know definitively, it's going to make the construction of this easier for me. So it's kind of a cool thing about 3D modeling and stuff. Knowing how stuff works is really key to modeling it. Sometimes you end up kind of like reverse engineering it. My best example of that is shoes. Like, I know all the components of a shoe now because when you sculpt it, you need to have all those pieces there, and it's very important how they function. That's so funny. They just tie on the top of the head, and then you like instead of letting your hair down, you let your little flaps down to warm your ears. I don't know. I find this really cute and funny. I want to try something here. I'm gonna add an edge loop right here. And then I'm gonna extrude on this one side, add another edge loop, and extrude up. Is that gonna hug his hat the way that I think it will? It did. Cool, that actually worked exactly how I thought it would. So now when I subdivide, yeah. Nifty. Nifty indeed. All right, y'all, we're in business. They're now flaps. I also need to get rid of these trim pieces here then, because they're very distracting. I'm just gonna hide them from now, just in case you guys are like, wait, that actually looked good. I'd be like, okay, maybe I'll add them back. This trim piece is too big and not real in my references. I'm just going along with the pinch brush to very carefully change the size of this seam here. There we go. And then there's a little tie on top. I'm not supposed to put like a bow on his head, am I? Or just like a little knot? Bow head. I'm just gonna, not a circle. I'm gonna grab a cylinder, throw that on top like a button. Yeah, what do you guys think? I'm looking more construction. Shaman says, spot on, that band is way better. Thank you. And then Elle says, sometimes for clothing references, I look at online shopping photos. Yep, that's where I got this one, and they just didn't want to show all their angles. I don't know why. And then Shaman says, I sometimes worry after I type something. Quote, shut up, dude, you're being a know-it-all. No, oh my god, no, share. That's just your own inner critical voice. You guys are so sweet, like, seriously. Taylor said something similar a few weeks ago, being like, hey, I feel like I'm giving suggestions too often, maybe. Everyone that knows me well in my personal life describes me as brutally honest. I'm not brutal, and I'm not mean, but I'm very direct. If I feel like you guys are giving too much information or telling me what to do or being snotty, I will just be like, hey, I want less feedback right now, guys. I'm kind of just doing my own thing. I'll just tell you that. So don't worry about it. I'm a very easy person to be friends with because there's no guessing. I'll just tell you. And I'm not snippy about it either, because sometimes I'm overzealous, and Ella actually used to be one of my students. I say used to be because I don't do like normal assignments and lessons with her anymore, but she's told me the same thing. Like every now and then I go into teacher mode and I'm giving a ton of input, and she's like, nope, I'm happy where it is. And I'm like, you're right. I can totally back off. No problem. So no worries there. I'll let you know. You guys are being great. And then Shaman said, how did I not notice the reference on the side of the screen? I mean, apparently I didn't notice either because it's been sitting there and I made a hat that looks totally different, so. And then Taylor says, I think there's supposed to be a button on top of the cap. I think so. So I'm gonna put this little cylinder here, and that's gonna kind of act as our button. Yeah. There it says assertive. Yes, that's a much better word. Much, much better word. I'll start saying that instead. I'm pretty articulate and clear spoken until it comes to talking about myself, and then I kind of get this like mumbliness to me. I'm working on that. It's like it's the people pleaser coming out, which I'm trying to crush. I can be kind without being a people pleaser. They're different. Shaman says, cool, please do that. I won't feel bad. I work in IT. Oh yeah, my dad works in IT, so I get you. We all assume we are the smartest person in the room. We need to be told when to shut up. My dad doesn't watch these streams, but he feels the same. So my dad went to college and he got his degree in meteorology, but he's not like the weatherman, though he did do a lot of forecasting when I was a little girl. But yeah, he's now the computer guy that fixes everything in the office. It's really, really cool. When I first went into like a weather station and walked around and looked at all of like their computers and like their screens, part of me thought my dad was like a spy, like a secret agent. I just thought it was the coolest thing ever. And I think that's part of what like put the seed of like my love of like science and technology. But very, very cool. I am super familiar with people that work in IT and the mentality. And then Ella put a little heart, because yeah, she's talking about, that's in reference to me being like, Every now and then I'm a little too teachery, but she's very, very good at being clear with me. Ella's actually a big reason of why I am a bit sweeter and kinder when I talk about myself too. I used to tell her that. I'm like, oh yeah, like I'm kind of rude and I'm kind of blunt. And she's like, you're not, don't say that. And I'm like, okay, I won't. Sometimes it's so helpful to have like a friend just tell you facts about yourself. Like you should know. But you don't. I don't know. That's one thing growing up. Like I always assumed like you grow up and you know who you are. You don't. I feel like I spend so much of my life figuring out like who I am and what I want. Shouldn't we just know that? I feel like you have to like decide it or figure it out. It's so weird. I don't know. I know right now I want to be laying in bed playing Dragon Age, but I am having a really good time. And the more I work on this model, the more satisfying it is. These flaps came out really nice. I like it. I like it a lot. I think if I worked on this model off stream, I would actually feel a little more exasperated. But since I'm doing it on stream, I just inherently have a better attitude. It also helps that sometimes you guys take a little bit of the mental lifting out of the equation. You're like, you're missing the flaps on the hat. And I'm like, you're totally right. It's very obvious. But I didn't notice, so I don't know. It's nice. You guys help me out a lot. Like a little team. I've struggled with a lot of things in my life, but being humble and open to like feedback has not been an issue in the last couple of years. I'm actually like very, very open to it, and I enjoy it. I think it's fun to hear you guys' perspective. Taylor says, I feel like as a 3D artist, I know a little bit about everything there is to know about the world through reverse engineering. Yes, absolutely. Landscaping, architecture, botany, clothing, manufacturing. Oh, I know. I remember the first flower I tried to sculpt, I was like, oh man, these little buggers are complex. Like I had to like learn just like basic biology, and like, I just figured like, oh, look, there's petals and a stem, right? No, there's really a balance to all of it. It's very, very cool. And Ella says, love you, buddy. Yeah, love you too. Shaman says, so Ella, you do this too, like on YouTube and stuff? She does not have a YouTube channel, but you really should Google Ella's Arcanum. She has a Kickstarter that's live right now with a really cute diorama going. She has an Instagram she's pretty active on, and those are the two big platforms. She sells her 3D printable models on Colt 3D, and she's called Ella's Arcanum everywhere. So if you search that, you'll find it. And yeah, Taylor says, tell us your profile, Ella, if you're okay with sharing. Yeah, so, boop. And then Shaman says, I don't watch a lot of TV. I make things and I watch YouTube. So I always watch other makers. That's a really good spend of your time. Very cool. Recently, Ella has started live streaming on Instagram, painting minis. I missed her first stream, but I already know it'd be a really cozy, good time. All right, we got a little button on our head, button head, and looking really good. Cool, cool, cool. Part of me is crying on the inside because I still haven't posed. It's okay. This model looks awesome. Yeah, that rocks. So there's not really fabric folds on the hat. It's kind of like made of like a tweed material. I say tweed like I know what that means. I can like feel it. I just don't know what it actually is. I think it's like a wool blend. I feel like I'm not saying wool right. Wool. Yeah, that's right up there with like burglar. I hate that word too. Feels like I can't say it. All right, gonna merge this hat down. But first, I want to subdivide these components a little bit more to make sure they are looking good. Get that little button merged down. Very good. All right, there's our hat. Cool. Nifty. All right, I'm gonna duplicate this hat, or you know what? I'm just gonna take this hat and decimate it down and then throw that in my asset library before I forget. Oh, it's got a really weird line right here. I'm gonna subdivide it again and then decimate. Sweet. Gonna subdivide this a few more times. There we go. All right, another asset going to the asset library today. Goodness, we've had a lot of those. All right, this one is going to be head cap. Now I'll go into my head master tool. And I don't think this really needs, ooh, I almost knocked my coffee off. I don't think this really needs a lot of fabric folds, but I'm gonna do a couple just for some visual interest. At least on the sides right here. Really light. Let's go ahead and pinch the brim on this a little bit too. Better? Sweet. Looking good. And decimate. And then everyone's having a good little chat right now in the live chat talking about Ella's upcoming painting live stream. Again, check her out on Instagram. I know it'd be a really good time. Shaman said, I found her. Yep, it'd be the exact same name, same spelling as her username here on YouTube. Alright, now I'm going to turn on transparency and see how this is fitting on his head. I think it's pretty good. I think it looks a little tall. But I still want that shape. I just don't want to give him a cone head. There we go. That's fitting very nice, exactly as it should. So I'm cleaning up some things before I go ahead and pose, just to kind of give myself a break later. That way, once I'm done posing, there won't be too much cleanup. Oh, sweet, hope you guys found her. Elle says, oh yeah, I just saw you guys followed. Thank you guys. Thanks, Mia. You guys are being so nice. Absolutely. I've always been a very firm believer that there is plenty of room at the table, so to speak. I think it's very, very easy for people to be like kind of protective and selfish with like their following and stuff. Again, primarily, I'm going to talk about my own content, what I'm doing here, but I have a lot of creator friends, and I'm happy to share and talk about you guys. That being said, it's not a totally open door. I recently, last year, I had some guy, some artist, mini artist, he joined my Discord and just like posted his new projects in the self-promote once a week and they would just dip. I'm like, dude, you're a jerk. Like, don't do that. Ella's been around a long time. And she's super active in my community too. Like if people have questions about 3D printing, she's always right there. All right, all that is post-process and looking really good. I have some of the hair clipping through his ears. He does not have hairy ears. Let's go ahead and hide that inside the mesh. There we go. And now I'm gonna move his eyebrows a touch here. I don't want him looking like angry necessarily, but I do want like a focused look. Very nice. You know, I might as well merge the eyebrows to the hat and hair. Simplifying all these subtools is going to save me a lot of time in the long run. Same with these pieces right here on his coat. They're not going to move very much when I pose, so I might as well merge them into the same piece and decimate. As now it's 500,000 polys. It doesn't need to really just sit here. And Ella says, yeah, yours is the one of the only Discords I check very frequently and try to stay current on. I appreciate that, and the effort is definitely noticed. So when I still lived in California, Elle and I were in the same time zone. And instead of live streaming, we'd actually just like video call on Discord and we'd share our screens and we'd art party. We don't get to really do that as much anymore because again, I'm at a 3-hour time zone difference. So it's been kind of a bummer, but Ella has been doing a better job than I have at like staying in touch and just being a really good friend. It's tricky staying in touch with all your friends. Oh my goodness. Like I didn't realize getting older, like you want to keep your friends, that's just a part-time job and they're worth it. They're absolutely worth it. But like, I'm not above putting notes in my phone. Like I'll set reminders where I'm like, okay, talk to friends at least once a week. I'm a bit of like an emotional cactus sometimes. Like I don't require a lot of watering, but I respect that other people need, you know, to be checked in with and like paid attention to. It's normal friendship stuff. So yeah, I make notes. During this live stream, I actually got some text from one of my good friends in Indiana. They're gonna be defending their thesis soon. So I need to check in with them, and it's any day now. It might have been today, so I need to check in with them and see how they're doing. All right, that's looking really good. Shaman says, I'm so bad at Discord. I thought that was gonna be my thing when it came out. I only have the bandwidth to keep up on YouTube. That's totally fair. I mean, one of the first things I did after downloading Discord was disable notifications, because it's a lot. And then Ella says, it's hard when your friend moves away. Yeah, it is. It's tricky. And then Taylor says, I feel like he needs more personality space, like more plump or rounded nose. I actually like his face the way it is. I like the big old hooked nose that he has and kind of the gauntness I put on it. Before he was looking a bit Chad-like. I don't know if I still have that saved on here. No, because ZBrush crashed. But yeah, I'm not gonna do a big stylized face, especially because he has the cap on. He's already gonna be so small as a mini, but especially with the cap on, it's not gonna be very noticeable on tabletop scale. Ella says, thanks Shaman. I'm really excited for the model to come out. Oh, the Black Dragon. I'm gonna be in my Kickstart in December. That project is a whopper. Yeah, you've been working on that for months. That'll be a good one. I think we're finally ready to pose. think I'm going to make the buttons and the pocket watch on the same subtool as well. Really just try and keep track of all these pieces that I have so that it's easy to manage when I begin posing. Yeah, like for example, like this little trim piece on his pocket, that doesn't need to be its own piece. Also doesn't need to be 8,000 points. Let's just do one. I'll merge that down. None of this is imperative. It's gonna help keep my head clear when posing. Looking good. All right, detective, save. Excellent. I love it. All right, well, we are ready to pose. Where are we sitting on the stream? We're at 3.5 hours. God, this is a long stream. I try to button up by 3 hours, but sometimes they keep going, and this has been a pretty solid stream. Thank you guys for hanging out. Again, it's been a good Friday. If you guys like the stream, please like it. It definitely helps the video. If you really liked it, subscribe. I do this pretty frequently, but the best way to stay in touch and like kind of see what I'm up to is just to subscribe on YouTube. Subscribe doesn't feel like a real word to me. Anyway, thanks for being here. Corey says he's looking good. Thank you. And then Shaman says, I think asking, yeah, talking to Ella. And has anyone read the Harry Dresden books? No, I haven't. I bet I'd like it. If it's anything fancy related. All right, it is 2:15 p.m. my time, Eastern time. I take a quick break and I'll be back in 5 minutes. All right, I'll see you guys in about 5 minutes. Gonna take a quick break. If you've been watching Hangout the whole time, I recommend you stretch too, get some water, and then we'll finish this model. I'm back. So fun fact, I don't set a timer for when I come back. I just have a weirdly good sense of time. Within like 10 seconds accurate, I can like pinpoint 5-minute increments. Weird flex, I know, but it's like a mental timer. Also, I have super exciting news for me in my personal life. My friend I was talking about earlier, Walker, he defended his thesis today. That was today, and he passed with flying colors. So now he is a doctor of mechanical engineering. Very, very cool. Fun fact, I have my bachelor's in mechanical engineering, and then Walker has now gone on to get his master's and now his PhD. I really want to mention his last name because it's really funny, and now he's going to be Dr. I can say that. You could Google him. Doesn't matter. Anyway, his last name is Tough, so now he's Dr. Tough. Like, how funny is that? Like, I absolutely love that. I know Walker isn't watching, but congrats, Walker. That's so cool. I'm so happy for him. He has been in hell. Getting his PhD sucks. No postgraduate students are happy. Yeah, thank you guys. I'm actually going to take a picture of the chat and send that to him. I'll let him know that all these strangers are also happy for him. Thank you guys. But yeah, I want to be done with this model. Having a good time with y'all. Has nothing to do with you guys. I just didn't want to work today. And this stream is a long one because there's a lot of little details here that I kind of underestimated. So I might power through. We get this pose done, post-process it, share it with y'all, and I'm going to be on my merry way. And then Shaman says he's going to become an old school supervillain. Dr. Tuck. Congrats to him, though. Yeah. He agrees. He would love to be a supervillain. Supervillain. Yay, Tough. Okay, more people talk, so I'm going to take a new picture. Okay. We're back to it. I'm feeling spunky because I'm almost done. You know, it's funny. Usually I can blame you guys and be like, oh, the chat was so interesting. I was talking to you guys the whole time. I haven't even been that chatty or compared to what I've been before. I just have been working slow today. I don't know. Slow brain, y'all. Okay. Let's get rolling. So something nice about this umbrella, I did this on purpose. This area right here is perfectly smooth. And I did that so that way I can mask it and I can make it longer or taller without any deformation to detail. So, very intentional. How in the world do you hold a cane? That way? That way. I think it's like that. Either way, I'm gonna hide that right now, and then I'm gonna move the pipe to his mouth, and then we're gonna pose. All right, let's move on to Transpose Master and get going, y'all. I'm gonna put 30 minutes on the clock. I'm not expecting to be done posing in 30 minutes. I'm just kind of giving it myself a reference point. There we are. Taylor says, pose idea. Pipe clutched in his palm, other hand in pocket, elbow leaning on the umbrella. I like that. I'm also concerned that the elbow leaning on the umbrella will be hard to accomplish because your elbow falls at your waist. And I don't think I can get him to lean on it without making the umbrella weirdly tall. I do like it. I'm gonna be just doing something very similar. Yeah, elbow and cane, very cocky. That works. All right, let me Google it. I can probably find a reference here. I love, to some extent, My cranky attitude today has been very funny to myself too. I'm like, that's a good idea. Let me look for it. I think it's gonna be too low. Yeah, I'm not really finding any pictures that work. Yeah, Mia's right, the height thing. Yeah, it's not working. We're gonna just put it in his hand like normal. Leaning on umbrella, cane. There we go, I found some pictures. I'm pretty sure a lot of these references I'm looking at are just like cosplays of Dr. House. This is very funny. Alright. Taylor, annoyed by good ideas. Lol. Yeah, that's me today. As I mentioned earlier in the stream, like, you guys don't have to worry about saying too much or recommending too much. I'll let you know. And it's not very intense. Shaman says, yeah, you're right, it's really low. I've looked at my cane. Oh, that'd be a good reference, yeah. Taylor says, well, maybe the forearm lean on the umbrella instead of the elbow. Yeah, that could work. That could make it go down lower and his hand could still be in his pocket. And then Shaman mentioned, cane should be cut to the height of the person it's for. It's always within an inch of the waist. I'm actually very interested in that. Is it like your hip bone or like your waist? Like where it gets smaller, or like your like pelvis bone hip? It's an important distinction. I'll remember that if you know. Alright, in the meantime, I want to be grabbing the height. I like this pose a lot right here, guys. I kind of want something similar to that. I'm open to this right half of his body, or his left side of the body, how it's going to interact with the cane umbrella. Sean mentioned elbow is about 3 inches above the waist. Yeah, or at your waistline. It's like here, where the smallest part is. Not as apparent on men. Sean mentioned, okay, yeah, so your cane lines up with your hips, your pelvis bone. That makes sense because that's where it's weight bearing, and that's where your hand would go. That makes a lot of sense. I will keep that in mind when I am adding the umbrella cane back in. Very good point. All right, so I usually pose from the hips down. I probably should still do that. And I want him to be leaning on this cane a bit. So let's turn that leg out a bit. How do I make him lean? Okay. I'm gonna grab the entire coat and then mask at his pelvis, and he's gonna lean. His weight is gonna be on this side. Thinking. And then Ricky says, pose idea. Detective balancing standing on the umbrella. Like a pogo stick? Ricky clarifies, like a pogo stick. Okay. God. Ricky is so funny because he has a very dry sense of humor, and like, to this day, I never know if it's gonna be like, is this a real pose suggestion, or is, I'm like, okay, now I know it's a joke once I read it. Cracks me up. Non-sleeper says, grabbing the pipe makes it a stronger connection to the body on the mini. Yes, absolutely. That'll just make it more 3D print friendly too. And then Shaman says, my father cannot use his left leg well, so his left hand rests on the cane as he walks. That makes sense, and especially being at that hip point, that's like weight bearing. That's very helpful, thank you. Taylor says, at Ricky, standing on the top of the handle on his tippy toes. Ricky says, yes. No. You guys are both annoying. Now I'm annoyed by bad suggestions. Ella, and bouncing on top of a second giant cane. But that one's a candy cane, and then now we're festive again, right? Ah, I'm encouraging it. Oh man, I didn't mask his hands all the way. 1 second. There we go. right, I'm gonna lean this leg forward a bit, balance him better. I don't have a super clear idea of how this pose is gonna work right now, which is that's usually a recipe for disaster as far as the pose going well, but I'm gonna hope that my many years of experience will stitch it all together. All right, and now I want to mask right here, kind of under his rib cage, and lean him back a bit. And then this arm would presumably, do not cancel ZBrush. All right, be leaning on this cane. We'll see. Ricky says, the people have spoken. Now, Shaman, now I'm thinking about the scarecrow and Howl's moving castle and have Ricky lean against the wall off camera. I definitely will like walk into the bathroom if you have a big mirror there and like pose myself to see like what makes sense. Also, I am ashamed to say I have not seen Howl's Moving Castle. Like, I love Studio Ghibli, anything related to it. Spirited Away is easily my favorite movies of all time. I don't know how I haven't seen Howl's Moving Castle. I know I'd love it too. So I'm gonna just pose his arm on this imaginary cane. Too much bending. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be a tiny hands day today, guys. I'm actually gonna use his hands. Crazy, I know. It's not how we do things around here. Alright, this leg needs to be not so wide of a stance. It looks very silly. Alright, I need to turn his head as well to be more upright. It's coming together. There we go. And now let's go ahead, hide this coat here. That way I can adjust the sleeve independently. Might as well hide the waistcoat as well. That way we don't have any artifacts or funny business going on. Let's get this arm posed and move in. And then non-sleepers being very sweet, reminding y'all to like, and if you really liked the video so far, the live stream so far, subscribe as well. It's the best way to keep in touch with me. Ricky says, I prefer Mr. Rick and 3DM Hoover III. Ella says, we the people demand tiny hands. If you guys are lurking, you have no idea what tiny hands are about, I can clarify, but it's pretty much this really goofy technique I do when I replace hand types. Like instead of posing a fist, I import a fist and then shrink the hands under it. It makes sense when you see it. The shaman said he needs a little bend at the knees. He's gonna pass out from lack of blood flow. Ah, he's fine. He's not real. No. We'll address all that later. Alright, did I miss anything? I don't think so. Oh, Shaman, you're so sweet. I'm sorry, Ricky, if you want Mr. Hoover, you say the word. I feel like I'm coming across very familiar for a man I've never met. Also, when in doubt, Ricky and I are, we're young. Ricky's 27. Yeah, we're both 27. So, like, I think you're older than us. So, especially, there's no Mr. happening around here. Rick is fine. And yeah, no, Ricky demands that he is called Mr. Rick N3DM Hoover the Third, or second. Second? What was the first? Alright, let's keep on posing here. He does have like this very dramatic straight leg. I like it. It's very catwalk-esque. Alright, this elbow needs to be as close to his hip as possible, or his waistline right here. It just makes for a more relaxed looking pose. Am I gonna be able to get this close enough to his face? Yeah, Shaman clarified. Yeah, since you said yours, I'm 43. Yeah, so you don't need to call me Miss or Ricky Mist or anything. I'll be 28 next month. December 14th. That's my birthday. Oh, and on the off chance, if you guys ever tune in to one of my live streams when it's your birthday, please let me know it's your birthday. I would love to tell you happy birthday. And Non-Sleeper says, and for the record, I'm older than all of y'all. Hey, this pose is coming together pretty darn good considering I did not have a super clear envision here. Oh, and Ella specifies is that she's an ageless witch from the dawn of time and prefers to be called Ancient One or Horror from Beyond. I'm particularly partial to Ancient One. I've mentioned it before, but like it's that kind of like on-the-spot wittiness that makes Ella very fun to play D&D with. Yeah, let's go ahead and bend his knee just a little bit. It's given a little bit too much of catwalk vibes, which I love, but not here. I usually like my coats to have this very windswept look. In this case, I think it's distracting. We're gonna go with good old gravity on this one. Also, the way that he's holding his pipe doesn't make any sense. Give me time. I'm gonna do stuff with his hands. I don't know what, but I'm gonna figure something out. Probably like this. So my hand is kind of like cupped. A thumbs up. It's kind of like a thumbs up position. I have a thumbs up hand. Maybe I'll repurpose that. I don't know. So right now I'm really paying attention to this outer line here. It's kind of a driving line for the silhouette, so I want to make sure it's nice and crisp. Kind of giving this model a bit of a spin. Looking pretty good. I think the cape is, the coat is looking a bit like a cape. So let's go ahead and tuck that in a bit. That's better. Shaman says, I like going all Lovecraft on this. Yeah, she does that. Ella says, if any of y'all are looking to become warlocks in the near future, I offer very reasonable contracts, healthcare, and everything. Damn, that's better than what I get. And then Not Sleeper says, no belt on the coat, eh? Yeah, I could do like some belt loops and then have them just loose. I'm not planning on it, but I might if it feels like it's missing something. None of my references have them either. But you also can't see most of the coat, so there's also that. Looking pretty good. I like it. All right, we're gonna move back to our subtools and start doing some fine-tune adjustments. Looks pretty cool when the pose is applied, yeah? All right, this cuff looks really silly. I'm also gonna start splitting things into multiple subtools again, just my lefts and rights. Just makes it a little easier to manage. And then remember when after you pose to turn off symmetry each time you go to make adjustments. It's a really easy thing to forget about, and then you'll accidentally distort both sides of your mesh without meaning to. I've made that mistake many times. Looking for any areas where the body is clipping through, just areas in the mesh that shouldn't be distorted that are. It's all pretty minor stuff, but it does make a difference. If you clean up all these little edges, it just makes the whole model look really nice and clean. It does bother me he doesn't have socks on. It doesn't affect the model in any way, but like seeing his bare little feet in these shoes, I'm like, gross. Always wear socks, guys. All right. Yeah, he's looking sharp. All right, it's umbrella time. Gonna turn off perspective to make sure everything is level. Again, this is for 3D printed minis, and I like the bases to be nice and flat, and I also offer my characters without a base, so that way if you want to put them on your own base, you can. In order for that to be as easy as possible, it's really important that everything is on the same plane. Gonna go ahead and shorten this a bit, or a lot of it. He turned out pretty nice, didn't he? Still needs some adjustments. His hands look weird. But as of now, the only thing that's really breaking the illusion here is the hands. I like it. I like it a lot. Yay. Ferret says, socks make your feet less yucky. That is the truth. Oh my goodness. I think I knew a kid in grade school. And like, I knew where their family lived. They could afford socks, okay? And he just never wore socks with his tennis shoes. He had the stinkiest feet. Oh my goodness. It was like second grade, so it's not like a crime, but wear socks. Ella says, all right, gotta duck out here for a bit to walk the pup. If I'm not back before you sign off, nice hanging out with y'all. Well, thanks for being here, Ella. Shaman says, yeah, Mia, he turned out really good. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you guys for being here. I gotta do something about these hands, guys. They are not gonna pose themselves. What if I ask really nicely? You know, it's funny, I'm so excited to be done with work today. I'm gonna finish work, I'm gonna be like, I'm bored. What do I wanna do? That's like the funniest part about it. Like, I know I'm having a good time right now. It's just the hands. I can't avoid it any longer. I'm trying to like, what else can I like mess with and fiddle with? You have to pose the hands, Mia. It's time. All right. So this tip of the umbrella is pretty tiny. So I'm actually gonna have this bit of the pant scooch on over and touch the edge of this umbrella. These are little things I do for 3D printing. It's such a small detail, but it really is gonna stabilize the tip of the umbrella. Yeah, the fabric folds on the trousers came out really nice. Alrighty, it's hand posing time. But not tiny hand posing time, unfortunately, because these hands are going to be kind of custom fit to the assets that he's interacting with, which is going to be the umbrella and the pipe. And unfortunately, I don't really have like a default for either of those, I think. When you're posing hands, it kind of comes as a no-brainer. Do not pose multiple fingers at a time. Pose one at a time. You will thank yourself later. To do this, I'm going to use the transpose line. And it doesn't even have to be a super refined hand pose. It just needs any attention and it will look better. Devil's in the details. This is definitely one of those things I'm always harping on with my students where I'm like, put in the extra care and time and it will show. Just know the line between making a meaningful difference in fine-tuned detail versus reworking and obsessing on something small. It's hard to know the difference. You get better at it as you make models. You guys are silly. Shaman says, is there a tool that'll make the fingers contour to the umbrella handle? Ah, I wish, man. No, I just have to do it. I guess I could like rig the hand and then pose it that way, but it's pretty much the same process. Another tip when you're posing and drawing hands in general, your hands kind of naturally taper like together. So make sure you don't have a finger that's like sticking out away. You want to think of a continuous line. I kind of simplify hands, just big mittens in my mind, and that makes it easier. So right here, it's really important that, so your ring finger and your middle finger kind of are easy to stick together, so I can kind of get away with posing them together, but I'm not taking any shortcuts today. This stream's already ended up being kind of long, so it would be silly to try to shorten up the stream now. I'm just gonna accept it's kind of a long one and just let it be what it is. Might as well keep taking my time. I did a stream a few weeks ago that went long, and I tried to post-process the model in one giant piece. It didn't work. It didn't work. I learned very quickly. I'm like, I'm not gonna do that again. I ended up costing myself a lot more time by trying to take a shortcut. And again, kind of giving it like this mitten shape here for a couple of reasons. One, by making these fingers touch and kind of like stay together, it'll be much easier to 3D print. I don't want individual fingers to support because they'll probably break off when you take the support off because they'll be darn near as long as the support itself. And you don't want that. There we go. Just a really casual, relaxed hand. Looks a little stiff and weird from this side, but that's okay. You can just kind of bulk it up a little bit. Looks pretty good. And now this hand. I'm not quite certain how I want this hand to be grabbing the pipe. I'm gonna rotate the wrist here. I think I want it, like the easiest thing that I could do would be something like this. I don't know how I don't smoke. No, this is a pen. This is not working. I can't stop holding it like a pen. I don't know. I know that what I have here almost looks right, so I'm gonna work with this. His wrist looks broken, so let's go ahead and fix that first. Remember, your wrist only really bends one way. It bends a lot towards your pinky, and it doesn't really bend at all towards your thumb. So just keep that in mind. You can bend one way. Oh, my timer went off, so I actually did a really good job getting all that done in 30 minutes. Good job, me. And I kind of like the looseness of his fingers here too. I just need to bring that thumb in. Before I do too much more posing, let's go ahead and move the pipe. I don't mind if it's a little cartoonishly big. It'll make it a little easier to 3D print and more visible when this is teeny tiny. And Shaman says, I have to drop. We're prepping for a meeting. Have a great rest of the day, y'all. Well, thanks for tuning in. Don't forget to like the video. Thank you for the reminder for everyone. It really helps. Yeah, if you're hanging out, having a good time, you like the stream, click the like button. If you really like it, subscribe. Non-Sleeper says, hold your coffee cup for an idea on hand posing. guess that makes, well, I think I just grab it like this though. Like, kind of like this. I don't know. I feel like I just need a pipe. I don't have a pipe. I have no need for a pipe. I guess I do now. So yeah, I want to tuck in his hands here. All right, two things. One, I'm tired of looking at the entire body. So we're gonna mask his hands into their own piece. Bam. So now I can grab just the hand and I don't have to worry about masking through the body. Look at his floating eyeball. Okay. So I like that the top two fingers are kind of like loose, but I want to like tuck up the lower ones because when I relax my hand, they curl more as I get to my smaller fingers here. Like they're naturally tighter. So as of now, they're kind of equally spaced. It's making it look stiff and tense. Just gonna let my hand go, and there's more gap between my index and my ring, so that's what I'm gonna maintain. Let's go ahead and scoot these up. Scoot. Scoot. You have to make the sound effect, otherwise it doesn't work. I like it. And then they're really far away from the pipe. That's the only thing I kind of don't like. I can try to change that though. I can still keep it in his mouth, but I can just rotate the whole thing. I like that. Again, I like that gap there looks good. Let's see how we're looking. That's looking better. Doesn't need to be perfect. It just can't be hand all splayed out. Before I forget, I'm going to add a couple more fabric folds right here because that will match the pose I just did. Again, whenever you're sculpting fabric folds, just think about the fold that you're sculpting. Is it in compression or is it in tension? There's more kinds than that, but that's just kind of what I boil it down to. There we go, just a few more folds right there, looks nice. And then having that cuff rotate down looks a bit better. The trim being so big looks weird. So let's go ahead and clean that up. If it seems like I'm avoiding the hands, it's because I am. I kind of want to do some work on other parts of the model and see if the hands are taking away from it. If they don't, then I'll say it's good enough. It's very, very important to find your good enough point in a model because when it comes to art, you can work on this stuff indefinitely, y'all. So you really have to find a point where you're like, this is good. I think people associate good enough with not caring, and it's really not about that. It's just, you gotta move on at some point to the next piece. It's a very hard point to find. So I like it from pretty much all angles except from the side here. It's just like his hand is so far away. Let me see if I can just mask like this entire center part, because like you can cup your hand, you know? So I'm gonna see if I can mask like this break point here and just kind of push his hand down. Yeah, there's a big crease right there. I don't know if this is gonna work. I can draw a line there and then it's just like crease. Let me stiffen up that mask by holding Command and Option, and that'll make it a harder bend. So I'm wiggling this transpose line back a little bit to change the pivot point. There we go. How's that look from the front? Hey, that actually works. Neat. It's almost like I have my very own hands to reference. Crazy. So one of the studies I do with my students is sculpting hands, and I always give them a hard time where I'm just like, if only you had a reference you could look at. Hands are tricky. I'm gonna bulk up the detail on the knuckles here to give this just a little more structure. And then that piece of the hand looks weird. I also think all of his fingers look weirdly long. So I'm gonna scoot the ring finger and the pinky back a little bit. The ring finger very obviously needs to be the longest. When all the fingers start looking the same length, that's where you kind of start running into oddities. All right, looking pretty good. I think his wrist looks weird, so we're just gonna cover it up with the sleeve, yeah? I like it. Yeah, I really goofed up starting this model today and thinking, oh, this is gonna be a really easy one. And I'm like, I didn't realize that everything about this detective is about subtleties. How the coat is lying, like the pleat on his slacks, the umbrella. Like, this isn't a model where it can hide behind like gore and detail and like big horns and wings. Like, it's devils in the details on this one. So this model was way harder than I expected. And the fact that I know it's gonna be a Christmas gift for an entire precinct, I want it to rock. And I'll be clear, that's not putting like bad pressure on me by any means. I don't know. I want it to be like a nice present. Barrett says, I'm learning so much on how I can do this in my drawing tools. I'm admittedly not fantastic at hands, but lots of practice over years, just having tools I didn't love. Right. Non-sleeper says, does pipe bowl need to be slightly bigger, heroic scale? Yeah, like this part here, I agree. It's just a little small. Did I construct this well? Yes, I did. Good job, me. That's gonna make the silhouette read clear too. So there's the before, there's the after. Thank you, non-sleeper. Oh yeah, that makes the whole model look better. Good job. Well, what do you guys think? I think he's done. Whoa. Woohoo. I'm almost done with my second coffee. Woo, feeling wired. Since you can see a decent amount of this from the top, I'm just gonna push this umbrella down right here to preserve that illusion of depth. So that's the before, that's the after. I think Pete is just gonna love this. All right, so the coat is really, really close to touching the umbrella. So you know what my motto is, just snug it over there. So right here, it's a very small detail, but I'm pulling out the elbow right here. It makes the silhouette stronger and it's a little more anatomically correct at the same time. I always like to try to put the elbows like right here, like right at like the bisection point. They really tuck under and round more than you think. We don't talk about elbows on this channel, but when we do, I try to be helpful. Adding a few more fabric folds here and there. All right, he's done. It's time to post-process and get this shared with y'all. We're gonna do a stamp right here and another stamp in the back. Straightening out all of these lines too. I want it to be like a stiffer coat, so. And this will be the splash page or the thumbnail for the live stream after I upload it. So I'm gonna do a little screenshot. I do that with Command Shift and the number 4 key on my keyboard and click and drag. There you go. That's how I do my little splash pages. I'm gonna go ahead and save this as it is. And I'll bring this screen up again at the end while I'm giving you guys time to download the model. All right, let's post-process, y'all. I usually go from the top down. Let's change it up. We'll go from the bottom up. First thing I'm gonna do is flatten the bottom of this mesh. To do that, I'm just gonna draw a straight mask. Make sure everything is selected. It almost is. This shoe here is a little tall, so it would actually float above the base instead of connecting. Little details like that matter a lot. All right, looks good. Drag straight down and then clip up, and that's how I know it's perfectly flat. Excellent. Remesh by union. I'll be doing that a lot. Cool. Let's decimate that to 55,000 points. Taylor says this is a great model. Well done, Mia. Thank you. I really appreciate it. It means a lot coming from you. And Non-Sleeper says, woohoo, done. Yeah, thank you guys. All of you guys had such good suggestions. I mean, seriously, there was a lot of little details here that the model was better off because I live streamed it. That's for sure. Yeah, this is a different sort of model for me, isn't it? As I mentioned earlier, I wasn't able to fall on any crutches. And like, wow, it got really bright in here suddenly. Hello, sun. It's been overcast all day, so I was very caught off guard. I thought Ricky came in and turned on the light. Anyway, there's something about sculpting monsters where you can really kind of get messy in the details and you can hide a lot of flaws. This is not the kind of model that allows for that. You're gonna notice. There's still things looking at this model. I'm like, okay, I can give you guys a list of 3 things I can do better, no problem. And it's important to have that internal dialogue and critic, but you really got to keep it in check. Even though I can very quickly list off all the things I could do to improve this model, I can just as quickly list off all the things I love about it. So, to all my other fellow creators out there, make sure you're keeping tabs all of the reasons why you love your work as well. Because improving and pushing your strengths is just as important as working on your weaknesses. That's actually a hard concept to get across to my students. Usually if I ask my students, I'm like, hey, I want you guys to do like a self-review, like tell me 3 things to improve. They can usually tell me, oh, I don't like this, I don't like this. And then I ask them, like, what are 3 things you like about your model? And it usually takes them longer to have an answer. And honestly, it's almost more important to know what you like about your work. He's got to have a little smirk. Something small. When I have a model finished, I like to push their nose around. It just kind of gives them a little bit of asymmetry. It looks like I'm breaking their nose. I'm not. It's just a little detail. That happens to look like the broken nose. Alright, his Cupid's bow is too strong, or is it just a lack of poly paint right there? Kind of hard to tell. Let me paint that so I know what's going on. Come on. Nope. Yeah, his Cupid's bow kind of is weirdly strong. Move. Move. And that needs to fit under his nostril still. And then push up the other bottom lip just a little bit. There we go. A little crooked mouth. I like it. Alright, and then for his hands, I'm going to mittenify them. It's all for 3D printing. Here we go. It doesn't make them look that visually different. It's just closing up any tiny little gaps. So their hands kind of print more like a mitten as opposed to discrete pieces. Very nice. Any mesh errors? Nope, looking good. Beautiful. Let's keep going. Kind of tired of the Christmas lo-fi. I'm gonna switch on over for 12 hours of Animal Crossing music with soft rain. That sounds like me. Perfect. To all my other sculptors out there that do minis specifically, I really recommend this approach of having your sleeves separate from your main coat. It just makes them really easy to manage. There we are. And decimate. Whoop, whoop. All right. Non-sleeper says, looks so awesome, Mia. You rock. You're so sweet. Thank you. It was a good stream, even though I complained through half of it. Jokes. You guys had such good suggestions, and like, I didn't want to put in the extra work today, but I'm not going to pass up. Oh, yeah, sun went away. Goodbye, sun. It was very worth it, you know. And I have such good feedback from y'all, and not good feedback, but just good ideas. I was like, oh, I gotta include that. I know it's going to make the model better, and if I don't take advantage of that, you know, I kind of miss out on some of like the magic of live streaming. Again, my whole purpose with live streaming, it's all business motivated. I was like, okay, I want to have more people see my stuff. I'll stream. Let's see if I can pick up an audience that way, right? And even that has happened, and I've actually seen a huge increase in new students and new patrons, and it's been very successful on that point. But weirdly, the best part is I'm making better art. By live streaming, it causes me to work a lot slower, and then you guys give such fantastic suggestions. I mean, seriously, it's like more brains. He looks good without a coat too. Anyway, it's very helpful. I say it all the time because I mean it. I really appreciate you guys being here and sharing all of your creativity and lending it to me. That's what it feels like. It feels like a gift. It's very appreciated. I also didn't expect to have such a consistent group following me already. So this is my 3rd week live streaming full time, which means 5 days a week. And it's just been a hit, and it's so cool. Like when I start a stream, I can see people are waiting for me. I recognize your guys' usernames, and there's pretty much chat the entire time. I mean, I feel very spoiled. Taylor says, make a variant without the coat. It's a very good idea. It would require very little cleanup. And he looks kind of spicy without the coat. Maybe. I may do that. Yeah, that's spot on. Annoyed by good suggestions. It's so funny, like a minute ago, I'm like, oh, thanks, you guys are so sweet with all your ideas. Great idea. And I'm like, I'm almost done. Stop. He looks great without the coat. Man. That is a good looking man. Okay. It requires so little cleanup. I might as well. Now, I've always joked that I was going to start sculpting male pinup too. I already do female pinup. I would have put coat, like, pockets on his jeans if I knew this, or his slacks. This requires very little cleanup. It's worth it. Especially because it's going to give this model an entirely different silhouette. That's very worth my time. He looks so spicy. I don't know, something about this is very sultry, and it shouldn't be. I don't know if it's the pose or what. It's probably the lack of a shirt. Because even though he has like the suit and tie, like you can't see, there's no long sleeve shirt on it. So... I do need to fix up his goofy anatomy here a little bit, but it's a pretty easy fix. Now everyone's gonna know that he's wearing a little tank top under here instead of a long sleeve shirt though. I probably should hide that too, but I think that's a little too on the nose. My Patreon community is gonna love this, and especially since you're part of that Patreon community now, Taylor, it feels like a no-brainer. Man, I'm glad I didn't goof up his arms when posing this. Usually I'm not that careful if I know it's not going to be visible. Yeah, it's because I didn't change his musculature at the beginning of the model. I even said that. I was like, yeah, I'm going to make him look a little more like lean and stuff because he's just like a detective, not a bodybuilder. But I didn't change the rest of his body, so now you're going to see like, he does look like a bodybuilder, but still. I think this is very fun. I think Pete is going to get a kick out of this. So Pete has been supporting me on Patreon for years. So if all models to do 2 versions of, he deserves it. I don't think he's going to be as interested in this version, but it'll be there. Maybe this will be a funny, almost like a gag gift to one of for Christmas. Maybe one person is precinct will get this version. Need to put his deltoid back in the right spot. Where are you going? And then you need to flatten his elbow. And then this muscle doesn't look like that at all. Go away. Same thing on this side. His deltoids got kind of stretched out, so I'm kind of just pushing them back where they're supposed to be. Not perfect, but it's definitely an improvement. This arm didn't need nearly as much cleanup because it didn't move around as much. His elbow got a little distorted too, so let's kind of smush that back. And then again, that muscle doesn't look like that when your arm's bent. Go away. Looking better. It's very fun. There's got to be a no coat version. My goodness. With the coat, without the coat. It's like ready to party after work, you know? Oh, I'm finding this much funnier than I should. My husband's gonna be post-processing this model, and he's gonna be like, what am I supposed to do with this other version? And I'm like, admire it. I don't know. Usually I would never be able to make a second version of the model like that because I just sculpted in a much more like destructive way to where the musculature would be so screwed up, like it just wouldn't be worth fixing. But no, it happened to really work out, didn't it? All right, so a little review here. We've got no coat and coat version. Love it, I do. Yeah, it says Holmes got flex. Yeah, a little bit. Oh my god, I think that version is so funny. I imagine Taylor figured he would still have a long sleeve shirt underneath because that would make sense. Nope, he's got a little white shirt tank top. It makes no sense. I love it. I absolutely love it. To make the most sense, there'd be no coat or undershirt, but that's looking too ridiculous. Like, I don't want him to look like a male stripper. Just like a little confused. All right, almost done post-processing, and we'll have two fun versions of this. All right, so I need to remember not to merge this coat down till the end. Taylor said, I did think he'd have the undershirt. I figured. But we can roll with this. He's about to hop into a boxing match. Yeah, or a bar. Yeah, if I push that model a little bit further, it'd be my first male pinup, but we're not going to push it that far. Maybe this will be a testing the waters, my Patreon community. We'll see what they think. On a serious note, though, I am really proud of myself for the way that I constructed this model. It feels good when I can do that many different versions. Why is this not touching the model at all? When did that happen? Get over there. I'm talking about the pocket watch and the chain right now. The chain is just like floating out into the abyss. That is not where you go. Go to mouse lasso. And scoot. Maybe I just won't have that version. I'm realizing I have no idea where this chain actually connects to. I think it connects to the coat, but there's no coat now. So maybe on this version, I won't have the pocket watch. So I'll go ahead and pin that to the coat. There we go. And now business as usual. Merge that down, remesh. And Ricky says, hey, what's going on here? Yeah, I know. Then someone new is here. Hello, welcome, Naga Minis. You stream on Twitch? Nope, I just stream here. I haven't been doing it for super long. This is only my 3rd week doing this consistently full time. I feel like I recognize your name. Like I've seen your work around. It's just fuzzy. We're almost done here. Mesh is pretty clean. Everything looks good. Once I get down to the last few pieces, I usually kind of merge them all down. I'm just making sure there's no like major mesh errors or issues. Yeah, looks good. There we go. In the next 15 minutes or so, I will be finished post-processing this model and I'll be sharing it with you guys for free. This is a 3D printable model. If you have a 3D printer, you can print it. Just make sure you put supports on it first. If you're not sure how to pre-support it, I do offer all my models pre-supported and they're test printed by me. But I don't share those files until I have pre-supported and test printed it myself, which will be sometime next week. If you're watching this stream in the future, this model is no longer free, but you can get it on my Patreon, links in the description. All right, looking really good. Looks like there's no mesh errors either. Fantastic. All right, awesome. Naga says, been following you since I started doing minis 4 to 5 years ago. Oh, no kidding. That's right when I started super early. So I took this full time in 2019. So that's why I recognized your name. I was gonna say, I'm like, you feel very familiar. I saw you started streamer recently. Looks fun. Yeah, I sure did. I have a really good time doing it. I'm not sure if you're interested in streaming as well, but if you are, you'd have to do it on Twitch. On YouTube, you have to have like a certain amount of watch hours and whatever. I've had the channel for a little bit, so I have enough of the qualifications, but if you start streaming, let me know. I'd love to see you work as well. But in the meantime, thank you so much for joining and the long-term support. How freaking cool is that? Yeah, I prefer the version without the coat. I think it's so fun. I can see someone playing this as their D&D character and being like flirty detective kind of thing. maybe it's actually a bard. I think that would just be so much fun. So I see a lot of potential with this character either way. People are gonna love this model. I think it's gonna give Pete a good laugh too. So right now I'm fixing up any little areas where the model is clipping. Nothing too serious, looking really good. Now I'm going to duplicate the base mesh here, which is now going to be the no coat version. So I'll name that no coat. And now we're gonna remesh the coat onto this body. So this weird poly paint thing happened because I had my Boolean operation open. It makes ZBrush have an absolute meltdown. It doesn't actually affect the topology of the model. It just has a huge meltdown, as you just saw, which I find kind of hard to look at. So I'm actually gonna redo that process because it's silly and unnecessary. All right, so yeah, if you have like your gizmo operation open right here, that will happen. Or if there's a mask, I think that will also happen. Yeah, it happened anyway because it remembers what happened. It's not a big deal. We're moving on to the final meshing stage anyway, and poly paint does not affect the 3D print anyway. It's just a fun thing that I like to do. All right, looking good. This is remesh. There are no mesh errors, exactly what I like to see. We're gonna copy this tool and now paste it into my end ZPR. Which is here. I'm gonna change my matte cap to polyskin. It just has better contrast. And now I'm going to append my 2 different versions here. I'm gonna go ahead and merge them down together. So that way when I change the models, I can make sure the exact same scale because I've made them one subtool temporarily. Oh, did I lose my pocket watch along the way? Where did it go? Yeah, I guess I did. Okay, need to reopen that mesh again. I don't know where the pocket watch went. Yeah, it's right there. Wait, why did you leave? Okay, whatever. Not a worry. Just do this one more time. And now we have the pocket watch version again. Again, not really sure why that happened. That's kind of funny. I must have accidentally deleted it on the way. I definitely had to fight some demons to not just delete that part of the mesh and call it good, but I'm like, look, man, you spent the time to put that nice detail in there. You're so close to the end. All right, looking good. No mesh errors, my favorite. Merging these 2 down so they're the same file. That really weird poly paint. Relax. Alrighty. Going back to our NZPR. Almost done. All right, and these are kind of my references. This is the model on the right is a really old model, and the one on the left is my newer ones. I like to make sure my scale is fitting for either. Make it a little bit taller. Looks good. That reference model I had up right there is an elven woman, so it's gonna be one of the smallest models that I have as far as like human-ish scale. So I like to make sure every model I compare to her is always gonna be a little bit taller and a little bit bigger. All right, let's go ahead and import one of my bases that I've made over the years. I think just like a basic cobblestone base would be perfect here. There we are. And then Taylor says, maybe next time a femme fatale. Ooh, that'd be fun. That'd be super fun. Alright, I'm taking a very close look, making sure that the model intersects with the base. Especially the tip of that umbrella, that's what I'm really looking at. That's a really strong silhouette. This model reads very clearly, crisp. Alright, I'm happy with this. There's our base. And now we've got two models on top of each other, so let's go ahead and split them apart. We have the coat version and the better version. No coat. Very funny. All right, I'm also gonna snug that pocket a little bit. Very good. Got our two versions here, and now it's going to bring up Mesh Mixer. Taylor agrees, coat version versus the better version. Yes. And then Naga says, nice sculpt, the coat looks really good. Thank you. I made that one from scratch today, and I really want to take my time with it because I like to, if I construct assets really thoughtfully, they're easy to deconstruct and then repurpose in future models. So everything in that model comes apart. So the sleeves are separate, the collar is separate. Highly, highly recommend constructing models like that so you can get more use out of them. That model is squeaky clean and no mesh errors at all. This one has a couple, but they look really minor. They patched up, no problem. Fantastic. I don't even know what to call these two different versions. I'm gonna say coat and no coat, but we'll know. All right, Detective No Coat. That sounds really funny. Detective No Coat, no base. Now we're gonna merge this to this decorative base. Again, I'm gonna be sharing these files with you guys right now. If you have a 3D printer, you're welcome to print them and enjoy. If you've never 3D printed before, this model needs supports. You cannot just stick it on there and hope for the best. He's honestly, a lot of him will print still. Okay, he's actually almost supportless. Only like the bottom part of his coat won't print, and then like his face will be weirdly flat. His chin is gonna be gone. Other than that, you would get 70% of a mini. I recommend putting supports on. If you don't know how to do that or you don't want to, join my Patreon. I share all my models on there and they're all pre-supported. I also don't do monthly releases on Patreon. I release models pretty much every single day and they just go into one giant backlog. So if you subscribe, you get like 850 models just pretty much immediately. There we go, looks good. Why is there weird coloring here? It goes away when I zoom in. It's just Mesh Mixer having feelings. That's fine. All right, let's go ahead and upload this and I'll be sending it your way. It's only gonna be available for about 5 minutes. If you want it, go get it. This stream was outrageously long for a model that looks somewhat simple. It just like, it was the devils and the details with this one. Like, it really needed to read clean, so it takes a little more time. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. If you like the stream, like it. If you really liked it, subscribe. Let me open up a different version of this that looks a little more interesting to look at, and that will be the storyboard page. Here we go. Or not that one. A little before that. Right here. Excellent. So yeah, this is where we started the stream, all the way to the far left here. Just a base mesh and got a lot done. All right, the files have finished uploading. I'm gonna be sharing them right now. All right, that link is up. All right, that concludes the stream. I got through it. I did it. I finished the entire model on stream. That's what I like. This is definitely one of those live streams I wanted to just end early for no really good reason, but I'm really glad I pushed through. The model looks fantastic. Ricky says, this is amazing. Great job today, Mia. Thank you. That is my husband. Always supportive and lovely. I'm going to edit this screen grab here so I can post on my socials. There we are. Yeah, this is very different than the typical models that I do, but it fits right in with like a tabletop model, so I was happy to accept the request still. Every model I do on stream is a Patreon request. If you're interested in making your own request, you can do that. Any legendary patron can make a request every single month. And I accept every single request. If I tell you no, it's because you probably requested like Darth Vader from Star Wars. I can't do that. But I would come back with another suggestion. I'd be like, hey, I can't do that, but I can do this. So I'll work with you guys. I'll never just say outright no. Chris says, this looks really great. Thanks for sharing. You're welcome. Non-sleeper. Model's fantastic, just like the modeler. Ah, stop. You're sweet. But yeah, really good time. I'm glad that you guys like grabbed the free download. It makes me happy. It feels like it's very much so like a win-win. Like I'm able to grow my audience by streaming here, and then y'all get free stuff. Win-win. Again, if you're watching in the future, this is no longer free. That time has passed. But if you want them, you can buy these individually on my main factory for $3, but it's a much better deal to subscribe on Patreon, but I totally get if you hate subscriptions. This was a really fun stream. I especially like it now that it's over and I can go eat lunch. If you guys have any questions, this is a really good time to ask. I'm open to answering questions about techniques, how I sculpt, where this all started. I'm very, very open book. Naga asks, how many models do you sculpt a month? Well, I finish one a day pretty much, and I take 2 days off a week, so 5 times through 4 weeks, 20-ish models. I usually have side projects and commissions I'm hired for as well, so on any given month, I probably finish about 25 models a month, so almost one a day. But yeah, I work hard. I like what I do. I've learned to button things up pretty quick. This was a long stream because it kept getting away from me, but I can generally get, a model never takes me longer than 5 hours unless it's gonna be like a behemoth. I have a skeleton dragon coming up. That's gonna be a very challenging, rewarding pain in the butt. That's gonna take me probably 5-6 hours. But usually I can get a live stream done in 3 hours and have a model started start to finish. So yeah. Thank you guys for liking the live stream. I can see a lot of you guys coming in. Naga says, that's a lot. I just make 5. Hey, whatever works for you. Again, different strokes, different folks. More does not mean better necessarily. I have a background in mechanical engineering, so it's kind of just like, it's in me to problem solve and streamline things as much as possible. It's like a fun challenge for me. Non-sleeper says, thinking of starting membership again. Might have to start over at the beginning. Hey, that's totally okay. So I have 2 different Patreons. One of them is where I share my 3D printable models. That's Patreon at like M3DM. But I also have M3DM Learn, where I teach people how to sculpt. Most of my students are brand new beginners, and like they've never opened a 3D software in their life. But I do have a handful of students that are also creators. I have 3 students that have taken their art full time. So I do provide business advice, and like, I'm no master by any means, but I make pretty darn good money. It sustains Ricky and I both. And I'm happy to share. I'm very much so an open book. Farrah says, have a fantastic day in 3DM. Thank you. Thank you for being here too. I always like seeing you pop up, Ferret. A lot of good questions. If you guys have any questions about my mentorship program or any of that, just let me know. Yeah, I'm so excited to go get lunch. I might go to Costco and get Costco pizza. I freaking love Costco pizza. I know it takes like a week off my life each time. It's so greasy, but it's just delicious. I'm so freaking happy I finished this model. Dude, Pete is gonna love it. And again, this is gonna be a present at a precinct, so I'm excited. I don't think he's gonna give him the no coat version. Probably gonna be this version. Alright, I'm gonna throw both my Patreon links in at the end here, and then I'm gonna dip. If you guys have any questions, I'll probably answer them next live stream. Yeah, those are the 2 links. Those are both me. And that's a wrap. Thank you guys so much for being here. It was a really good stream. I appreciate you guys sharing your Friday with me. And I'm going to be back again tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Tomorrow we're going to be sculpting a draconian slad. So it's pretty much like a toad. We're sculpting a giant toad tomorrow. So if you want to see me sculpt a giant toad, you know where I'll be. If you have a really good memory, you can just tune in 11 a.m. pretty much Eastern Time any day. But I encourage you guys, if you like the stream, just subscribe. It makes it so much easier, then YouTube will handle that for you. All right, have a fantastic rest of your day. Have a fantastic rest of your day. Bye.